Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Gala. The caravan winds through the valley like a painted serpent, dust rising gold in the afternoon light. I walk beside our family's wagon, listening to the creak of wheels, and my father Magnus humming, some old travelling song I've known since childhood, but never learned all the words to. Magnus drives with his weathered hands steady on the reins, his voice a low rumble that matches the rhythm of the horse's hooves. Mother sits beside him, mending a torn harness with quick, practiced movements. Her needle catches the light each time it rises, flashing like a signal. She doesn't look up from her work, but I see her lips moving, counting stitches maybe, or saying the small prayers she weaves into everything she makes. Ahead, Gio runs with the other children. Kess, the weaver's daughter, shrieks as Tomo, the cooper's boy, nearly knocks her down chasing some game only they understand. Their laughter carries back through the dust, and I find myself smiling without meaning to. This is my world, the only world I've ever known. Behind our caravan come the others, the Vey family with their instruments wrapped in oiled cloth, old Marim riding alone on her grey mare, the Catos with their string of horses. 10 caravans, maybe 30 people total. Not a large group, but large enough, safe enough. The road curves ahead, and I feel the shift before anyone speaks. The chatter quiets. Even the children slow their running. Father's humming stops. We're approaching a sacred site. I've been walking this route since I was Gio's age. I know every standing stone, every carved tree, every place where the old rituals have to be performed. This site is marked by a cairn of stacked stones, each one painted with symbols worn almost smooth by weather and time. Beyond it stand 3 ancient oaks, their branches reaching toward each other like clasped hands. Father pulls the wagon to a halt. Other families do the same, wheels groaning as they stop. No one has to give orders. Everyone knows what comes next. Mother climbs down, tucking the mending into her belt. She moves to the back of the wagon where the offerings are kept, wrapped in clean cloth, prepared this morning before we started travelling. I join her, and together we carry the bundles toward the cairn. Other women are doing the same. Old Marim dismounts with a grunt, her joints crackling. Kess's mother emerges from the weaver's wagon with her arms full. The men stay back with the wagons and horses. The children watch, silent now, understanding this is serious. Mother kneels before the cairn and begins unwrapping the offerings. 3 loaves of bread, still warm from the morning fire. Dried apples threaded on a string. A strip of cured meat. She arranges them carefully on the flat stone at the cairn's base, her movements precise. Then come the trinkets. A wooden bird I carved last week. I spent 3 evenings getting the wings right, whittling by firelight while the Veys played their mandolin. Mother places it gently beside the food, a woven belt that belonged to Gio when he was smaller, a clay figure of a horse, cracked but still recognisable. Always 3 food items, always something wooden, always something once worn. The other women add their offerings. The pile grows, bread, fruit, dried fish, small carved animals, strips of fabric, a child's worn shoe. When everything is arranged, Mother stands. The other women form a loose circle around the cairn. I take my place between Mother and old Marim. The men and children stay back, watching. Mother's voice rises clear and strong, and the other women join in. The bone man walks when the moon is thin. We feed the path, he feeds within. Accept gifts of hand and heart. Keep both tooth and claw and hunger apart. The words are old. Older than Mother, older than Marim, older than anyone living. I've heard them my entire life. I know them the way I know my own name. We repeat the chant 3 times. On the 3rd repetition, Mother kneels and touches the offerings with both hands, a gesture of completion. Then she stands and steps back. The ritual is finished. For a moment, no one moves. The silence holds weight, like the air before a storm. I stare at the cairn, at the pile of offerings we've left. Food for the bone man, gifts to keep him satisfied, tokens to prove respect. It's always felt like make-believe, a story the adults tell to keep children careful in the dark. But standing here now, watching the late afternoon shadows stretch long across the clearing, I feel something shift in my chest. What if it isn't make-believe? What if something really does come for these offerings after we leave? The thought sends a shiver down my spine that has absolutely nothing to do with cold. Father's voice breaks the silence. Come, we'll make camp beyond the 3 oaks. The women turn away from the cairn. I follow Mother back to the wagon, but I look over my shoulder once, twice. The offerings sit undisturbed in the fading light. The forest beyond is dark and still. Nothing moves. Of course nothing moves. It's just ritual. Just tradition. Gala. Mother's voice is gentle. Come help with the fire. I shake myself and hurry to catch up. We make camp in the meadow beyond the 3 oaks. The wagons form a loose circle, fires blooming in the spaces between them as the solace drops toward the horizon. The smell of cooking fills the air, flatbread and stewed beans, dried meat rehydrating in pots of water, herbs crushed and scattered over everything. I help Mother prepare our family's portion, while Father tends the fire and Gio fetches water from the stream. Around us, the other families are doing the same. Voices rise and fall, easy and familiar. Someone laughs. One of the Vey children starts playing a reed pipe, high and sweet. When the food is ready, we eat together. Not just my family, but everyone. Bowls pass from hand to hand, bread torn and shared, stories traded like currency. Old Marim has positioned herself near the largest fire, and after the food is gone and the bowls scraped clean, she begins to speak. The children gather close, even the adults quiet to listen. The bone man, Marim says, her voice rough as gravel, took a bride once, long ago before your grandparents were born, before mine even. Geo leans forward, eyes wide. Kes tucks herself against her mother's side. Tomo tries to look brave and fails. She was beautiful, Marim continues, dancer's feet, voice like morning birds. They found her at dawn one spring, dancing in a meadow with flowers woven in her hair, laughing, spinning, alone. Why was she alone? Gio whispers. Because she'd gone to meet him. Marim's eyes gleam in the firelight. She'd been leaving offerings for months, extra bread, ribbons from her hair, little gifts, personal things, and one night she walked out of camp and didn't come back. Silence. Even the fire seems to crackle more quietly. Her family searched for weeks, followed every trail, called her name until their voices broke. Found nothing, until finally, in that meadow where she'd been dancing. Marim pauses, letting the tension build. They found flowers, wilted in a circle like someone had been lying there, and in the centre, one bone, white as moonlight, with her name carved into it. Did he eat her? Geo asks, exactly as he always does, This story is old, familiar, but still he has to ask. Marim leans forward. Worse, child, he loved her. The words hang in the air. I feel them sit in my chest like stones. I've heard this story 100 times. More. It's a warning, obviously. Don't stray from camp. Don't leave offerings alone. Don't try to see the bone man. Don't. But tonight, for the first time, I wonder, what if the girl hadn't been taken? What if she'd gone willingly? What would that kind of love even look like? Why is that worse? Kess asks, small voice breaking through my thoughts. Marim smiles, showing the gaps in her teeth. Because monsters can't keep what they love, girl. They consume it. Later, when the fires have burned low and the camp settles into sleep, I lie in my tent listening to my family breathe. Gio snores softly to my left. Mother and father murmur to each other in that wordless way married people do, then go quiet. Outside, someone still plays music. The Vays, probably, always the last ones awake. A mandolin, slow and wandering, no particular melody, just notes in the dark. I stare at the tent ceiling and think about the carved bird I placed at the cairn. 3 evenings of work. I was proud of it. The way the wings curved, the detail in the tiny feathers. It was the best thing I've made in months. Will the bone man take it? Does he even exist? Or is this all just elaborate pretend? And if he does exist, what does he look like? What does he want with our offerings? Does he understand what they mean? Or does he just take the food and leave the rest to rot? I roll onto my side, tucking my arm under my head. Gio's breathing evens out into deeper sleep. The mandolin outside finally stops. Everything is safe. Everything is known. I try to go to sleep, but Marim's words echo. He loved her. And underneath that, monsters aren't able to keep what they love. They consume it. I wonder which is worse, being consumed or being forgotten. The thought follows me into dreams.
Chapter 2. Septus. The den is quiet except for the drip of water somewhere in the back chambers and the soft whisper of wind through the vine-covered entrance. I sit in the main chamber, surrounded by decades of offerings, and let the silence settle into my bones. This is home. The only home I've had for longer than I care to count. Trinkets hang from the ceiling on lengths of sinew, spinning slowly in the air currents. A carved horse, a wooden doll with faded paint. Bone whistles that chime softly when the wind catches them right. Clay figures of animals I don't recognize anymore. Each one represents a moment, a ritual, a season, a year of the caravan passing through my territory. I've kept everything they've ever given me. The walls are lined with more, strips of fabric woven into something almost like tapestries, small carvings arranged on natural stone shelves, children's shoes outgrown and left behind. My heart light, pale blue-white tonight, steady and calm, illuminates the collection. It looks like a shrine. Maybe it is. In the back corner, I keep the food stores. Wrapped bread that will last another few days. Dried meat hanging from hooks I carved into the stone. Fruit preserved in clay jars. The offerings help. They always help. Without them, the hunger would be constant, demanding, impossible to ignore. With them, I can manage. I can be civilized. I can be good. I reach up and touch one of the trinkets. A small bird carved from pale wood, wings spread mid-flight. I collected it from the cairn earlier, after they'd moved on and made camp beyond the 3 Oaks. Someone spent time on this. Care. The feathers are detailed, the curve of the wings precise. I wonder who made it. My claws are careful as I hang it where the moonlight will catch it through the cave entrance. It spins slowly, casting tiny shadows across the stone walls. The hunger stirs in the hollow where organs should be, not demanding yet, but present. Always present. I fed 3 days ago, a boar I tracked through the western forest, far from the trade routes, far from the caravan. The essence helped, but it never lasts as long as I need it to. That's where the ritual offerings matter. When the traders leave food willingly, given with intention and respect, the essence it carries is stronger, purer. A loaf of bread left at the cairn feeds me better than a kill twice its size. They don't know this. They think they're appeasing a monster, keeping me at bay. They don't realize they're keeping me sane. I move to the cave entrance and push aside the vines carefully. Outside, the night is clear. 2 moons hang in the sky, the larger one full and bright, the smaller one a thin crescent. Stars scattered like salt. I can see the glow of their fires in the distance, beyond the 3 oaks. Hear the faint sound of music carrying on the wind. A mandolin, the family that always play latest, after everyone else has settled. I've been doing this for decades, watching from a distance, never close enough to be seen, but close enough to witness. It's the closest I get to community, to connection, to feeling like something other than a monster in the dark. I know their rhythms now. The tall man who drives the lead wagon, strong hands, steady voice. He's been traveling this route since before his beard went gray. The woman who leads the rituals has a voice like clear water. The boy who always drops something during offerings will grow out of his clumsiness eventually. The one-eyed elder who tells stories by the fire makes the children lean in close, wide-eyed and believing. And there's a young woman. I've been noticing her more lately. She moves differently than the others during rituals. More present, less rote. She lingers at the offering sites after the others leave, staring at the cairns like she's trying to see through them into something beyond. Once, I thought she looked directly toward where I was hiding. Probably my imagination, loneliness making me see things that aren't there. But when I hung the carved bird tonight, I wondered, did she make this? Were her hands the ones that shaped it? The thought causes my heart light to flicker warmer for a moment before I suppress it. Dangerous thoughts. Useless thoughts. She's part of the caravan, part of the protected, part of the system that keeps both of us safe through distance and ritual. I let the vines fall back over the entrance and return to the interior of the den. The mandolin music stops. The camp will be settling now, sleep taking them one by one until only the fire watchers remain, and even they'll doze sitting up. I pick up one of the loaves they left today and unwrap the cloth carefully. The bread is still slightly warm. They must have baked it this morning before traveling. I break off a piece and bring it to where my mouth should be. The essence releases as I consume it, sweet and sustaining. Relief washes through the hunger's ache. Not enough to make it disappear. Never enough for that, but enough to push it back, make it manageable. I eat slowly, savoring what I can of the experience. Taste doesn't work the way it used to, before the transformation, before I became this. But I can still sense the care that went into the baking, the intention. The fact that someone woke early to prepare this, knowing it was meant for me. Even if they call me the Bone Man, even if I'm just folklore to them, just a ritual to be performed. This matters. When the bread is gone, I wrap the cloth carefully and add it to my collection. Nothing wasted, nothing forgotten. I return to the cave entrance one more time before settling for the night. The fires in the distance have burned down to embers. No more music, just silence and darkness and the sound of wind through grass. They're safe. They're sleeping. They'll wake tomorrow and continue their route, and in a few weeks or months they'll return, and we'll do this dance again. The system works. It's kept us both alive, them protected, me fed, the balance maintained through ritual and distance. I should be satisfied with that, but standing here in the dark, staring at the distant glow of dying fires, I feel the weight of decades pressing down on me. How many years have I done this? How many times have I watched them from hiding, collected their offerings, returned to this cave alone? Other Wera don't live like this. I felt their contempt through the echo when our paths cross. Rare, but it happens. They think I'm weak, broken, a failure of what we're supposed to be. They hunt freely, take keepers by force or bargain, revel in their nature. They don't perform this careful pantomime of civilization, don't pretend to be anything other than apex predators. But I've made a different choice. The ritual system gives my existence meaning. I'm not just a monster. I'm a guardian they don't know they have. The bone man who keeps his distance and accepts their offerings and never breaks the trust. Some nights the loneliness is crushing. Tonight is one of those nights. I let the vines fall and turn back into the den. My heart light dims slightly as I settle into the nest I've made from fabric scraps and dried grass. Comfortable enough. Familiar. Tomorrow they'll move on. The route will take them south, away from my territory. I'll hunt. I'll wait. I'll maintain the careful balance that keeps me from becoming what other Wyra are. I close my eyes, or what passes for closing eyes when you're all boned and light, and listen to the silence. The carved bird spins slowly in the moonlight, casting shadows. I wonder again, did she make it? And deeper, more dangerous. Does she wonder about me the way I wonder about her? I push the thought away. Dangerous. Useless. But it lingers anyway, stubborn as hunger as I drift towards something like sleep.
Chapter 3. Gala. Morning smells like flatbread and herbs. I wake to Mother moving around outside the tent, the soft sounds of her preparing breakfast drifting through the canvas. Gio is already gone. I can hear him laughing somewhere nearby, probably bothering the Cato's horses again. Father's deep voice rumbles outside, talking to someone. Cato himself, maybe, discussing the day's route. I stretch and crawl out of the tent into the pale morning light. The solace is just clearing the horizon, turning everything gold and new. The camp is already half-packed, wagons being loaded, fires stoked back to life for the morning meal. Mother looks up from the griddle as I emerge. Finally. I thought you'd sleep through breakfast. I'm awake. I rub my eyes and move to help her. The griddle is balanced over the fire on 3 flat stones, and she's already cooked a stack of flatbreads. The smell makes my stomach growl. She hands me a piece, still hot. I tear off a bite and chew, savouring the taste of oil and salt. Simple food, but good, honest. Gio, Mother calls. Come eat before we pack up. My brother appears from between the wagons, dirt on his face and grinning. The Catos have a new foal. Did you see it? It's brown with white feet and... Eat first, Father says, joining us. He's already rolled our tent and secured it to the wagon. His beard has bits of grass in it. Talk later. Gio grabs 2 pieces of flatbread and shoves one whole into his mouth. Father cuffs him lightly on the back of the head, gentle, affectionate. Manners, boy. We eat standing, the way we always do on travel mornings. Quick, efficient, everyone with tasks waiting. Around us, the other families do the same. Kess waves at me from her family's fire. I wave back, mouth too full to call out. The Veys are packing their instruments with elaborate care, wrapping each one in cloth before securing them in the wagon. Old Mariam sits on her wagon's driving bench, eating dried fruit and watching everything with shrewd eyes. The Cato children run between the horses, feeding them handfuls of grain. This is my world. These faces, these routines, these morning rituals of packing and eating and preparing to move. I know every person here. Know their stories, their habits, their voices in the dark. It's a good life, a full life. So why did I lie awake half the night thinking about the bone man? Gala. Mother's voice pulls me back. Help me pack the griddle. I shake off the thought and move to help. The griddle has to cool first, so we wrap the remaining flatbreads and stow them in the wagon while we wait. Father is already hitching the horses, checking their hooves, murmuring to them in that low voice he uses with animals. Gio helps by climbing onto the wagon and immediately getting in the way. Down, Father says without looking. You can ride later. But my legs hurt from yesterday. Down. Gio climbs down, grumbling. I hide a smile. By the time the solace is fully risen, we're ready to move. The wagons form their line. Cato's first with their horses, then our wagon, then the Veys with their precious instruments, then the others. 20 wagons total, creaking and groaning as they start rolling. Father begins the march song, and the others pick it up. Wheel and path and open sky. The road remembers those who try. Stone and star to guide us home, wherever wheels may choose to roam. I walk alongside the wagon with Mother. Gio runs ahead to walk with Tomo and Kes, the three of them already inventing some new game. Their voices carry back through the dust. The morning is cool, pleasant, perfect for travelling. We'll make good distance today if the weather holds. Mother walks in silence for a while, her hand resting lightly on the wagon's side. Then, without looking at me, "You were restless last night." My stomach tightens. Was I? Tossing, turning, I heard you. I keep my eyes forward. Just dreams. Bad ones. No, just strange. She doesn't press, but I feel her watching me. Mother notices everything. Always has. It's unnerving sometimes. We walk in silence for a while longer. The wagon ahead of us, the Lawn family, starts singing, and soon others join in. Not the march song, but something older. A ballad about a girl who fell in love with the wind. I find myself listening to the words more carefully than I usually do. She followed where the wind would lead. Through forest dark and field. She gave up home and hearth and need, for love that won't be healed. The song is sad. I've heard it 100 times, but never really listened before. Today the words catch in my chest. By midday we stop for water and rest. There's a stream here, clear and cold, cutting through a grove of willows. The horses drink first, then the people. I cup my hands and bring the water to my mouth, gasping at how cold it is. Gio splashes Tomo, who splashes back. Within moments, half the children are in the stream fully clothed, shrieking and laughing. The adults watch, amused, not bothering to stop them. Let them play. The clothes will dry as we travel. I sit on the bank next to Kes, dangling my feet in the water. She's weaving something from willow branches, a bracelet maybe, or a crown. "Are you excited for the gathering?" she asks, not looking up from her work. The gathering. Right. In another month, all the trader caravans will converge at the old meeting grounds. Hundreds of people, maybe thousands. Music and stories and trading. Dancing. It's where marriages are usually arranged, where young people from different caravans meet and pair off. "I suppose," I say. "I heard Marco from the Torvan caravan has been asking about you." I blink. "Marco?" "The tall one, with the dark hair. You met him last year, remember?" I vaguely remember someone tall. Maybe. The Torvans are a big caravan, dozens of families, hundreds of people. I can't keep them all straight. "He's nice," Kes continues, still weaving, "and his family has good trade connections. You could do worse." I'm not looking to pair off yet. "You're old enough," Mother says. I don't care what your mother says. The words come out sharper than I intend. Kes looks up, startled. I soften my voice. "I just mean, I'm not ready. Maybe next year." Kes studies me for a moment, then returns to her weaving. "You're being strange lately." "I'm not. You are. Quiet, distracted. Even Mother noticed." Everyone notices everything in a caravan this size. There's no privacy, no secrets. Everyone knows everyone else's business. Usually I don't mind. Today it irritates me. "I'm fine," I say, "just tired from travelling." Kes doesn't look convinced, but she doesn't argue. We sit in silence, watching the children play in the stream. Gio has climbed onto Tomo's shoulders and is threatening to push them both underwater. Tomo is laughing too hard to stop him. I should be content. I should be excited about the gathering, about the possibility of pairing off with someone like Marco, whoever he is. I should want what everyone else wants, a good match, children eventually, a life within the caravan's safe rhythms. But sitting here with cold water on my feet and willow shade overhead, all I can think about is the carved bird I left at the cairn. Did he take it? Did he notice the detail in the wings? Does he even care? Or is it just food he wants? Gala. I look up. Old Marim is standing on the bank, leaning on her walking stick. Her one good eye fixes on me with unsettling intensity. Walk with me a moment. It's not a request. I glance at Kess, who shrugs. I pull my feet from the water and follow Marim away from the stream, into the shade of the willows. When we're far enough from the others that our voices won't carry, she stops and turns to face me. What did you see? She asks bluntly. My heart jumps. What? Don't play stupid, girl. You've been different since yesterday's ritual. What did you see? I open my mouth to deny it, to lie, to say nothing, but Marim's eye pins me in place. I didn't see anything, I say finally. But you want to. The words hit like a physical blow. I stare at her. She nods slowly. I thought so. You have the look. What look? The same look that girl in the story had, the one who danced in the meadow. Marim's voice is quiet, almost sad. The one who went to meet him. My throat feels tight. That's just a story. Is it? We look at each other. Wind moves through the willows, making them whisper. Listen to me carefully, Marim says. The bone man is real. The rituals work because he accepts them, because he chooses to. But that doesn't make him safe. It doesn't make him human. It doesn't make him anything but what he is, a monster who could tear you apart without trying. I know that. Do you? She leans closer. Because I see you lingering at the offering sites. I see you staring at the markers. I see you wondering. I don't deny it, can't. Whatever you're thinking, Marim continues, don't. Stay with your family. Stay with the caravan. Find a nice boy at the gathering. Live your life. Don't go looking for monsters in darkness. And if the monster is looking for me? The words are out before I can stop them. Marim's expression shifts. Surprise, then something deeper. Sadness, maybe. Or recognition. Then you run, she says quietly. You run, and you don't look back. She turns and walks away, leaving me standing alone in the willow shade. I return to the stream slowly. The children are being called out of the water, the caravan preparing to move again. Kess waves me over, but I pretend not to see. I help Mother and Father pack up our rest stop supplies, load everything back onto the wagon, take my place in line as we start moving again. But Marim's words echo. The same look that girl in the story had. And underneath that, you run, and you don't look back. I glance briefly over my shoulder, toward the north where we left the cairn and the offerings. I'm not running yet. By late afternoon, we pass a carved tree. Old marker, symbols worn almost smooth by weather. I slow, staring at it. The carving shows a skeletal figure with a glowing centre. Simplified, stylized, but clear enough. Is that what he looks like? Gala, Mother calls. Keep up. I hurry to catch the wagon, but I glance back twice, 3 times. The carved tree stands dark against the sky, watching us pass. That night, we make camp near another sacred site. The ritual is the same as always. Offerings arranged, chants spoken, respect given. I participate without thinking, the words automatic. But when we walk away, I look back. The offerings sit undisturbed in the fading light. Nothing moves. Yet. Later, lying in my tent with Gio snoring beside me and Mother and Father's quiet breathing filling the space, I think about what Marim said. Don't go searching for monsters in the dark. But what if I want to? What if I already have? I try sleeping, but my mind keeps circling back to the same question. What does the bone man do with the things we leave him? Does he treasure them the way I treasured the carving? Does he understand what they mean? Or does he just take the food and leave the rest to rot? I need to know. The thought settles within me like a stone, heavy and undeniable. I need to know.
Chapter 4. Septus. I crouch on the ridge above the caravan's evening camp, perfectly still. The wind is in my favor, carrying their scent to me, not mine to them. Not that most humans could smell me even if the wind shifted. But I'm careful anyway. Always careful. Below, fires bloom between the wagons as the Solis drops toward the horizon. Voices drift up through the cooling air. Laughter, the clatter of pots, someone calling for water. The mandolin starts, joined by a flute. Music woven through the evening like thread through cloth. I've been watching them for 3 days now, following at a distance as they travel south through my territory. They'll reach my boundary soon, and it will be another 3 years before they return. But I'm not ready for them to leave yet. My heart-like pulses steady blue-white in my chest, barely visible in the fading daylight. I keep it dim when I watch, less chance of being seen. Though at this distance, at this angle, they'd have to look directly at me to notice. And they never look, except her. I find her almost immediately, the young woman who moves differently during rituals. She's helping the older woman prepare food, her hands quick and efficient. Dark hair pulled back from her face, tall for a human woman, but still small compared to me. Everything about her is small, fragile, breakable. She laughs at something the boy says, her brother, I think, and the sound carries up to where I hide. I shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be this close. Shouldn't be singling out individuals from the group, learning their faces, their voices, their movements. But I can't seem to stop. The ritual site is below me to the left, a circle of white stones, offerings already placed. They performed the chant an hour ago, just before making camp. I waited, hidden, watching from above as the women formed their circle and spoke the old words. She was there. She always is. But today she lingered after the others left, staring at the offerings like she could read meaning in their arrangement. I'd held my breath, frozen, wondering if she'd look up, if she'd see me. She didn't. Now the camp settles into evening routines. Food is distributed, eaten communally. The children finish first and immediately start some game involving running between the wagons. The adults eat more slowly, talking, their voices a low, comfortable murmur. The one-eyed elder sits near the largest fire, and after the food is cleared, she begins speaking. The children gather close. Even from this distance, I can see them lean in, wide-eyed. A story. She's telling them a story. I wonder which one. The bride who danced in the meadow, the traveler who forgot the third verse, the child who left camp after dark. All warnings, all meant to keep them safe through fear. All about me, in some version or another. The bone man, the monster in the dark, the thing that takes offerings so he won't take children. I should hate being reduced to folklore. Should resent being the villain in their campfire tales. But it's better than being forgotten. The story finishes. The children disperse, some to their parents, some to continue playing in the last light. The adults bank the fires and begin preparing for sleep. I should leave. Should return to my den before full dark, before the moon's rise and make me more visible. But I stay, watching, as the camp quiets. She emerges from a tent, the family tent, shared with her parents and brother. She walks to the edge of camp, toward the latrine area. Normal. Nothing unusual. But she doesn't go to the latrine. She walks past it, toward the ritual site. My heart light glows brighter before I suppress it. What is she doing? She reaches the circle of white stones and stops. The offerings are exactly as her people left them. 3 loaves of bread, dried fruit, strips of meat, a collection of trinkets. She kneels, and for a brief moment I think she's going to take something back. Correct a mistake in the placement, maybe. Instead, she adds something. I can't see what from this distance, but her movements are deliberate. She places something among the offerings, adjusts it carefully, then sits back on her heels. She's staring directly at the forest, directly at where I'm hiding. I freeze. Does she see me? Impossible, I'm too far, too well hidden, and my heart light is barely aglow. But she's looking, really looking. After a while, she stands and walks back to camp, slips into her tent without anyone noticing she was gone. The camp settles, the fires burn lower, the music stops. I wait until the moons are both risen and the camp is fully dark before I move. Descending the ridge takes minutes, careful, silent, every sense alert. I've hunted in these hills long enough to know every rock, every loose stone, every place where weight will make sound. I move like water, like wind. The ritual site is dark when I reach it. The moons provide enough light for me to see clearly, one of the few advantages of Wyra vision. The offerings are undisturbed, except for the addition, a bracelet, woven from colored thread, red and gold like sunset, like fire. It's separate from the communal offerings, placed deliberately apart. I pick it up carefully. The threads are soft, well made. Someone spent time on this. The colors are vibrant even in moonlight. This wasn't part of the ritual. This is personal. She left this. For me. Not the bone man of folklore, but me specifically. She knows. Somehow she knows I'm real, that I'm close, that I take the offerings. And she's trying to... What? Get my attention? Prove something. My hands shake as I hold the bracelet. I should leave it. Should walk away. Should let this moment pass into nothing. But I bring it to my chest instead, pressing it where my heart light pulses. The threads smell like her. Her scent is bright, curious, alive in a way that makes the hunger stir differently than usual. Not the ache for food. Something else. Something worse. I wrap the bracelet around my skeletal wrist carefully, securing it. Then I gather the communal offerings. The food first, the essence releasing as I consume it. Relief. Always relief, even if temporary. The trinkets go into the bag I carry for collecting. Before I leave, I look back at the camp. Dark tents, dying fires, everyone asleep. Except I wonder if she's awake. If she's lying in her tent wondering if I'll come. If I'll take her gift. I should stay away. Should let the caravan move on. Should return to the careful distance that's kept us both safe for decades. But the bracelet is warm against my wrist bones, and I know I won't.
Chapter 5. Gala. The river is a blessing after 3 days of dust and heat. I stand waist-deep in the cold water, letting it wash away the grime of travel. Around me, the other women do the same, Mother scrubbing her arms with sand, Kess floating on her back, old Maram sitting on a rock with just her feet in the current. "Don't go too far downstream," Mother calls to the younger girls who are splashing and shrieking in the shallows. "Stay where we can see you." The men are upstream, around the bend. We can hear them distantly, father's laugh, the Cato brothers arguing about something. The children are somewhere in between, supervised by the older boys. This is ritual too, though different from the offerings at the cairns. Communal bathing every few days, women together, men separate. Privacy is impossible in a caravan, but this gives us something close. Space to talk without being overheard, to be naked without being watched. Usually I love this. Usually I'm laughing with Kess, racing Tomo's sister across the current, braiding the younger girl's hair while they gossip. Today I can't settle. I swim upstream a bit, not far, still within calling distance, just wanting quiet. The water is shockingly cold, fed by mountain runoff. It takes my breath away in the best way. I float on my back and stare at the sky. Clouds drift overhead, white against endless blue. The Solis is past its peak, the afternoon stretching toward evening. We'll make camp soon, after everyone is clean and refreshed. And then tonight there will be another ritual site, another chance to leave something for him. The thought sends my heart racing. The bracelet disappeared. I checked the next morning, as soon as I could slip away without being noticed. The communal offerings were gone too, food taken, trinkets collected, but the bracelet specifically, the one I'd placed apart from the others, was gone. He took it. He knew it was meant for him specifically. And he took it. I've been thinking about that for 3 days straight, wondering what it means, if he understood the gesture, if he cared, if he's thinking about me the way I'm thinking about him. I'm being stupid. I know I'm being stupid, but I can't stop. Gala? I turn in the water. Kess is swimming toward me, her hair streaming behind her like kelp. You're being strange again, she says when she reaches me. I'm not. You are. You've been distant for days, distracted. Mother says. I don't care what anyone says. The words come out much harsher than I intend. Again. Kess treads water, studying me with hurt eyes. What's wrong with you lately? Nothing's wrong. Did I do something? No, I'm just... I struggle for words that aren't lies. I'm just thinking about things. What things? Everything. Nothing. The bone man. The bracelet. The way I can't sleep anymore because I'm too busy imagining what he looks like, what he sounds like, whether he's watching me right now from the forest. The gathering, I say instead. Just nervous about it. Kess's expression softens. Because of Marco? Sure, because of Marco. She reaches out and squeezes my hand. He's nice, really. And if you don't like him, there will be others. You don't have to pair off this year if you're not ready. I squeeze back and try to smile. I know. Come on, race me to that rock. She takes off before I can answer, and I follow because it's easier than arguing. We race, she wins, and we collapse on the rock laughing and breathless. For a moment everything feels normal, like I'm still the same Gala I was 2 weeks ago, before the glimpse, before the obsession took root. But then I look toward the forest, toward the dark line of trees beyond the riverbank, and wonder if he's there. Watching. The thought makes my skin prickle in a way that has little to do with cold water. Later, after we've dressed and returned to camp, I help Mother prepare dinner. Father and Gio are setting up the tent. The other families are doing the same, the camp taking shape with practiced efficiency. I chop vegetables while Mother tends the fire. The knife is sharp, the movement's automatic. I've done this 1,000 times. You've been quiet, Mother says without looking at me. Not this again. I'm fine. That's the 3rd time you've said that this week. She glances up. When you were small, you'd say, I'm fine, right before admitting something was very wrong. I focus on the vegetables. Carrots, onions, wild roots we gathered yesterday. Nothing's wrong. Gala. The way she says my name makes me stop. I look up. Mother's expression is soft, concerned, not angry or suspicious, just worried. Whatever it is, you can tell me. You know that, yes? I want to tell her, want to explain this strange pull I feel, this need to know more about the bone man, this certainty that he's real and close and aware of me. But how do I explain that without sounding insane? I'm just thinking about the future, I say carefully, about what comes next, the gathering, maybe pairing off, all of it. It's not entirely a lie. Mother nods slowly. It's a big change, but you don't have to rush. You're young still. There's time. I know. And whoever you choose, or whoever chooses you, will support it, as long as they're good to you. She returns to stirring the pot. That's all that matters. That they're good. I think about skeletal hands taking a bracelet in the dark. About a creature who could tear me apart without trying, who instead accepts offerings and keeps his distance. Is that good? I don't know. But I want to find out. The ritual site tonight is different from the others. Not a cairn, but a carved standing stone, tall and ancient, covered in symbols I don't recognise. The stone is black, smooth, reflecting the fading light like water. We perform the ritual as always. Offerings placed, chant spoken, respect given. My voice joins the others automatically. The bone man walks when the moon is thin. We feed the path, he feeds within. Accept our gifts of hand and heart. Keep tooth and claws and hunger apart. But my mind is elsewhere. I've brought something else, hidden in my pocket, wrapped in cloth. A carved stone I found by the river, smooth and round, small enough to fit in my palm. I spent an hour scratching a design into it with a sharp rock. Crude but deliberate. A spiral pattern that looks almost like a heart light, or what I imagine a heart light looks like, based on the old carvings. When the ritual ends and the women turn away, I linger. Just a moment, just long enough to pull the stone from my pocket and place it among the offerings, separate from the others. Gala. Mother's voice. Come. I turn and follow, but my heart is pounding. Will he take it? Will he understand? What am I even trying to say? I don't have answers, only questions and a need that's growing stronger each day. That night, after the camp is asleep, I lie awake and listen to my family breathe. Gio snores softly. Mother and father's breathing is synchronized, the way it always is after so many years together. Outside, the mandolin plays as it does every night. That's the thing, it's all the same. We move in a constant circle, down familiar roads, eating same food. A dull, quiet melody. I stare at the tent ceiling and think about the carved stone, about the bracelet before that, about what I'm doing, what I'm starting, what I might not be able to stop. Marim's warning echoes. Don't go looking for monsters in the dark, but I'm already looking, and I hope, he's looking back. The mandolin outside continues, soft and lonely. I imagine skeletal hands carefully collecting offerings in the dark. Imagine him finding the carved stone, examining it by moonlight. Imagine him wondering about me the way I wonder about him. Does he think I'm stupid, foolish? Does he think I'm brave? Does he think about me at all? The questions circle endlessly, unanswerable. But tomorrow we'll reach another ritual site, and I'll leave something else. And maybe, probably, he'll take it. And slowly, offering by offering, I'll draw him closer. Until what? Until I see him again? Until he reveals himself? Until this obsession either breaks or transforms into something real? I don't know, but I can't stop. The thought should frighten me. Maybe it does. But the fear is intoxicating, addictive. I feel more alive than I have in years. Outside, the mandolin fades into silence. The camp sleeps, and somewhere in the dark, I imagine the bone man stands alone, holding a carved stone, wondering what it means, wondering about me, the way I wonder about him. I smile in the dark and finally let sleep take me.
Chapter 6. Septis. She's doing it again. I watch from my position on the hillside, hidden among the rocks and scrub brush, as the caravan performs their evening ritual. The sun is setting, painting everything gold and red. The women form their circle around the carved standing stone, their voices rising in unison. I know the words by heart now. Have known them for decades. Sometimes I mouth them along with the chant, silent in my hiding place, pretending I'm part of the ritual instead of its subject. The bone man walks when the moon is thin. We feed the path. He feeds within. Accept our gifts of hand and heart. Keep tooth and claw and vicious hunger apart. The chant ends. The women step back. The ritual is complete. But she lingers, just like she has for the past week, just long enough to slip something from her pocket and place it among the offerings. Something small, something separate, something meant only for me. My heart light blazes brighter. I dim it immediately, forcing it back to barely visible blue-white. She's calling to me, deliberately, systematically. Every ritual site, another token, another message. The bracelet was first, then a carved stone with a spiral pattern scratched into its surface, crude but deliberate, made with her own hands. Then a ribbon, red silk that must have cost her something valuable. Then a small wooden figure, roughly shaped but recognizable as a bird in flight. Each one placed apart from the communal offerings, each one unmistakably personal, each one I've taken. I should stop. Should leave the personal offerings untouched, take only the communal food. Let this strange game end before it becomes something dangerous. But I can't. The tokens are in my den now, arranged in a place of honor. The bracelet I still wear on my wrist, the threads faded but intact. The carved stone sits next to the wooden bird she made weeks ago. The ribbon is woven into my nest. The figure joins the others hanging from the ceiling. Each one makes the collection feel less like a shrine to distance and more like evidence of connection. She's building something, brick by brick, offering by offering. And I'm letting her. Her mother calls and she turns away, following the others back to camp. But before she goes, she glances toward the hillside, toward where I'm hiding. Does she know I'm here? Can she sense me somehow? No, impossible. I'm too far, too well concealed. She's just looking, hoping, imagining. But the look makes my heart pulse anyway. I wait until full dark before descending to the ritual site. Both moons are risen, the larger one full and bright, the smaller one a waxing crescent. Together they provide more than enough light for me to see clearly. The carved standing stone looms dark against the sky, ancient and worn. The offerings are arranged at its base as always: bread, fruit, dried meat, trinkets and fabric and small carved things. And there, separate from the rest, a polished piece of amber. I pick it up carefully. It's warm from sitting in the sun all day, smooth against my skeletal fingers. Amber is valuable, difficult to find, prized for trade. She must have paid dearly for this, and she left it for me. I hold it up to the moonlight. Something is trapped inside. A small insect, preserved perfectly, wings spread as if caught mid-flight. Beautiful, delicate, impossible. Like her. The hunger stirs, but not for food. For something else. Something I've been denying for so long I've almost forgotten what it feels like. Want. Not the physical need to feed. Not the ache in the hollow where my organs should be. Something deeper. More dangerous. I want to know her. Want to hear her voice directed at me, not at folklore. Want to understand why she's doing this. What she hopes to achieve. Want to touch her and know if human skin is as warm as I remember from before. Before the transformation. Before I became this. The thought is treacherous. I tuck the amber carefully into my collection bag and gather the communal offerings. The bread releases its essence as I consume it, the relief immediate but insufficient. It's never enough anymore. The physical hunger eases, but the other hunger, the new one, the worse one, only grows stronger. Before I leave, I look toward the camp. Dying fires, dark tents, everyone asleep. Everyone except possibly her. Is she lying awake right now, wondering if I came? If I took her gift? If I understood what it means? Does she know what she's doing to me? I turn and climb back into the hills, the amber heavy in my bag, and the questions heavier in my chest. The following night, the ritual proceeds as normal. Offerings placed, chant spoken, women stepping back. The camp begins settling for the evening. In 2 moons, she'll be gone, and I will be left behind. But she doesn't go to her tent. She walks to the edge of camp, past the latrine area into the trees. Alone. My heart light flares bright before I can suppress it. What is she doing? I move along the ridge, keeping her in sight. She's walking with purpose, not wandering, not exploring, going somewhere specific. She reaches a small clearing and stops, stands there in the moonlight, completely still, waiting. She's not just leaving offerings anymore. She's trying to draw me out completely. She wants to see me, wants me to show myself. This is the moment, the threshold. I could leave, could slip back into the darkness and let this moment pass. She'd wait, eventually give up, return to camp. Life would continue. The system would hold. Or I could step into the clearing. My claws dig into stone. Every instinct screams at me to flee, to hide, to maintain the careful distance that's kept me safe. But I'm tired of being safe, so tired of being alone. I descend the ridge silently, moving through the forest like smoke. She doesn't hear me approach. Humans rarely do. I stop at the very edge of the clearing, still hidden in shadow. She's so small, so fragile. I could cross the clearing in 3 strides, could reach her before she had time to scream. But I don't. I stand at the edge of darkness and watch her wait. After a long moment, she turns, looks directly at where I'm hiding. I know you're there, she says. Her voice. I've heard her voice before, during rituals, talking to her family, laughing with the other young people. But never directed at me, never speaking to me specifically. It's lower than I expected. Steady, not frightened. I've been leaving you things, she continues. You've been taking them, so I know you're real. I know you're close. I don't move, don't breathe, don't let my heart light flare brighter. I'm not afraid of you, she says. That's a lie. I can smell fear on humans. It has a distinct scent, sharp and acrid. She's terrified. But she's here anyway. I just want to see you, she says. Just once. That's all. I want to know if the stories are real. Silence stretches between us. She waits. I wait. This is the moment. The choice. Stay hidden. And she eventually returns to camp disappointed but safe. Step forward and everything changes forever. I take 1 step into the clearing, then another. She gasps, can't help it, but she doesn't run. The moonlight catches me fully now. Skeletal frame, twice her height. Claws that could disembowel her with a single swipe. No face, just bone and the glow of my heart light. Pulsing blue-white, brighter now. Impossible to hide. I am everything the stories warned her about, and she doesn't run. You're real, she whispers. I find my voice, rough from disuse, but functional. You shouldn't be here. The words come out more sharply than I intend, but they're true. She shouldn't be here, shouldn't have left camp, shouldn't have drawn me out. She smiles, actually smiles, and the expression transforms her face. I know. We stand there in the clearing, monster and maiden, with moonlight between us and the weight of what happens next, pressing down like stone. I should tell her to leave. Should turn and disappear back into the forest. Should end this before it begins. But I don't. Because for the very first time in decades, I'm not alone. And neither is she. The offerings, she says. The things I've been leaving. Did you understand? Yes. And you should go back to your camp, back to your family. This is dangerous. I don't care. You should. But I don't. She takes a step closer. Not much, but enough. I've been thinking about you for weeks, wondering, hoping. I needed to know if you were real. Now you know. Now I know. Another step. So what happens next? Everything. Nothing. Disaster. Salvation. We stand in the clearing as the moons arc overhead, and the forest breathes around us, and everything I've built over decades teeters on the edge of collapse. And all I can think is, Her voice is even more beautiful when she's speaking to me.
Chapter 7. Gala. He's taller than I imagined, taller than the carvings suggested, taller than the stories described. When he stepped into the clearing, the moonlight caught him in pieces. Bone-white framework, impossibly long limbs, claws that gleam like polished stone. And the heart light. The stories mentioned it, but they didn't capture what it actually looks like. A glow in the centre of his chest where a heart should be, pulsing with its own rhythm. Blue-white tonight, like cold fire. It illuminates him from within, casts shadows across the clearing. He's terrifying. He's beautiful. "You should go," he says again. His voice is rough, like he doesn't use it often. Like speaking costs him something. "I don't want to. That doesn't make it less dangerous. I know what you are." I take another step closer. Not much, but enough to prove I'm not running. "You're the bone man, the one in all the stories. Did you once take a wife?" "The stories are warnings, nothing more." "I know." "Then why are you here?" The question stops me. Why am I here? What did I think would happen when I walked into the forest alone, hoping he'd show himself? I don't have a clear answer. Just this pull in my chest that's been growing stronger every day. This need to know him, to understand him, to prove he's real and not just folklore. "I wanted to see you," I say finally. "I want something different, something I am not supposed to have." His heart light flickers, brighter for a moment, then dimming again. "You have your family. That should be enough." "Why?" "You should stop." "Why?" "Because this will end badly." He gestures at himself with one clawed hand. "Look at me. Really look. I'm not some romantic figure from a song. I'm a predator. I kill to survive. I could tear you apart without trying." "But you haven't." "Not yet." The words should frighten me. Maybe they do. But the fear is tangled up with something else. Curiosity, fascination, this strange certainty that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. "The offerings work," I say. "You accept them. You keep your distance. You protect us." "I accept food so I don't have to hunt you." "That's still a choice. You're choosing not to hunt us. You're choosing restraint." He's silent for a long while. His heart light pulses steadily, the blue-white glow washing over the clearing in waves. "The system works because of distance," he says finally. "Because you give offerings to folklore, not to me specifically. But you're making me specific, real, individual. And if this continues, what?" Everything breaks. I think about that. About the careful ritual system that's kept the caravans safe for generations. About the balance between monster and human, maintained through offerings and respect and distance. About what happens if that balance shifts. "Maybe it's supposed to break," I say quietly. "No. Maybe the distance is the problem, not the solution." "You don't have any idea what you're saying." "Then explain it to me." I take another step. We're close enough now that I can see details, the texture of his bone, the way his claws curve, the precise location of his heart light in the skeletal framework. "Tell me why this is such a terrible idea." "Because I'm hungry." The word comes out harsh. Always, every moment. The offerings help, but they're never enough. The hunger is always there, pushing, demanding. And the only reason I haven't taken you or your brother or any of the children is because I've chosen restraint every single day for decades. But choices get harder the more you want something. "What do you want?" His heart shines bright, orange and red mixing with the blue. Then it dims again, forced back to pale, steady blue. "Nothing that wouldn't destroy you," he says. We stand in silence. The forest breathes around us. Wind through leaves, distant animal sounds, the rush of the river. Behind me, the camp is dark and still. No one knows I'm gone. No one knows I'm standing in a clearing with the bone man, having a conversation that shouldn't be possible. I'm not afraid of you, I say. You should be. Maybe, but it's true. I meet where his eyes should be. There's nothing there but shadow and bone, but I can feel him looking at me. I'm a monster. You are simply something else. His laugh is bitter. You don't understand what you're talking about. Then tell me, help me understand. I'm close enough now that if I reached out I could touch him. I don't, but I could. You could have ignored my offerings, could have stayed hidden, but you didn't. You took them, you kept them. That means something. It means I'm weak. It means you're lonely. The words hit him. I see it in the way his frame goes rigid, the way his heart light stutters for a moment before steadying. Go back to your camp, he says quietly, before someone notices you're gone, before your father comes looking and finds you here with me. Then I will have to kill you both. Go back to your life and forget this happened. I can't forget. Try. No. We gaze at each other across the small distance remaining between us. I can feel my heart pounding, can feel the fear and fascination warring in my chest. This is madness. Marim was right. I should run, should never look back. But I don't want to run. I want to stay here in this clearing with moonlight and a monster who collects offerings like treasures. I want to understand what he is, what he wants, why he spent decades alone when he could have taken anything he wanted by force. I want to know him. I'm coming back, I say. Tomorrow night, and the night after that. I'm going to keep leaving you offerings, and I'm going to keep trying to see you. You can hide if you want. You can refuse to show yourself, but I'm not stopping. You're going to get yourself killed. By you. Silence. I didn't think so, I say. His heart light flickers through colours, blue to orange to something close to red, then back to blue, like emotion made visible, too fast to hide. Why? He asks finally. Why are you doing this? I don't have a good answer, just instinct and want, and this certainty that's been growing since the first glimpse at the river. Because I think you're worth knowing, I say. The words hang in the air between us, impossible to take back. He doesn't respond, just stands there with his heart light pulsing and his skeletal frame casting long shadows and something in his posture that might be longing or might be despair. Go, he says finally. Please, girl. The please breaks something in my chest. My name is Gala. I turn and walk back toward camp, but I glance over my shoulder 3 times. 4. He's still there, standing alone in the clearing, watching me leave. The last thing I see before the trees block my view is his heart light, burning brighter now, orange and gold mixed with blue, like sunset trapped in bone. I enter camp silently. No one has noticed I was gone. The fires are banked, the tents dark, the only sound Gio's soft snoring from inside our shelter. I crawl into my sleeping space and lie there staring at the tent ceiling, my heart still racing. I saw him, really saw him, spoke to him, stood close enough to touch, and I'm going back tomorrow. The thought should terrify me. Maybe it does. But the terror is mixed with something else. Excitement, purpose, this sense that I've finally found something that matters more than the safe, comfortable rhythm of caravan life. Outside, someone is playing the mandolin. Quiet, wandering notes in the dark. I shut my eyes and remember his voice. Rough, careful, like he was choosing each word with precision. The way his heart light flared when I said he was lonely. The way he said please when asking me to leave. He doesn't want me to go. He wants me to stay, and he's terrified of what happens if I do. I understand that. I feel the same way. Because monsters don't keep what they love. Marim said that. But what if the monster doesn't want to keep you? What if he just wants to know you're real, the way you want to know he is? What if two lonely things finding each other isn't a tragedy waiting to happen, but something else entirely? I don't have answers, just questions, and this pull in my chest that grows stronger every time I think about him standing in the clearing, telling me to go while his heart light betrayed how much he wanted me to stay. The mandolin outside fades into silence. The camp sleeps. And somewhere in the forest, I imagine the bone man returning to his den, touching the offerings I left him, wondering if I meant what I said. I smile in the dark and finally let sleep take me, dreaming of skeletal hands and heart fire, and a voice that said, please, like it cost him everything. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 8. Septis. The amber sits on the shelf where moonlight catches it, the trapped insect inside gleaming like it's still alive. I've been staring at it for the past hour, unable to settle, unable to think about anything except her standing in the clearing saying she's coming back. She's coming back. The thought terrifies and exhilarates me in equal measure. I should have been clearer. Should have told her in terms she couldn't misunderstand that this is dangerous, impossible, doomed. Should have frightened her enough that she'd actually listen. But I said please instead, like begging, like wanting, like I've already lost whatever battle I thought I was fighting. The den feels too small tonight, too crowded with decades of offerings, each one a reminder of the careful distance I've maintained. Each one proof that the system worked as long as I stayed hidden, stayed folklore, stayed the bone man instead of Septis. But she knows now, saw me, spoke to me, called me lonely like she could see straight through bone into whatever remains of what I used to be. And she wasn't wrong. I stand and pace, my claws clicking against stone. The bracelet is still wrapped around my wrist, the red and gold threads faded but intact. I touch it without meaning to, the gesture automatic now. She made this. Her hands chose these colors, tied these knots, wove these threads with intention. For me. The carved stone with its spiral pattern sits next to the amber. The ribbon is woven into my nest. The wooden figure hangs from the ceiling with all the others. Each token she's left has found a place in my collection, has become part of the shrine I've built to connection at a distance. But distance isn't protecting us anymore. She crossed it tonight, walked into the forest alone, called me out, stood her ground when I appeared, told me she's coming back. And I didn't stop her. Worse, I don't want to stop her. The hunger stirs, but not for food, for something else. Something I've been denying for so long I almost forgot it existed. I want to hear her voice again. Want to know why she's doing this, what she hopes to gain. Want to understand what made her look at a monster and see something worth knowing. Want to touch her and know if human skin is still as warm as I remember from before the transformation. The thought makes my heart light flare orange-red before I suppress it. Dangerous thoughts. Thoughts that lead nowhere good. But they won't stop coming. I move to the den entrance and push aside the vines. Outside, the night is clear. Both moons are still risen, casting double shadows across the landscape. I can see the distant glow of the caravan's banked fires, smell the smoke on the wind. She's there now, sleeping in her tent with her family, her brother snoring beside her, her parents breathing in that synchronized way long-married people do. Safe, protected, part of something larger than herself. And tomorrow night she's going to leave that safety and walk into the forest to find me again. Because I told her it was dangerous instead of making her believe it. Because my heartlight betrayed me when she called me lonely. Because I said, please, like it mattered whether she stayed or went. I let the vines fall and returned to the interior. The collection surrounds me. Decades of offerings, decades of careful ritual, decades of maintaining the balance that kept everyone safe. And now one girl is threatening to break it all. No, that's not fair. She's not threatening anything. She's just curious, just seeking connection, just trying to understand something the stories never explained properly. I'm the one breaking it. I'm the one who took her personal offerings when I should have left them, who revealed myself when I should have stayed hidden, who's considering, meeting her again tomorrow night when I should be finding a way to make her stop. Through the echo, I feel the distant presence of others, hunting, feeding, taking what they want without restraint or conscience. They'd laugh if they knew about this. Or worse, they'd feel contempt that one of their own has reduced himself to having conversations with prey. But she's not prey. She never was. From the first glimpse at the river, from the first personal offering, from the first time I noticed how she moved differently during rituals, she was something else. Something that made the decades of loneliness suddenly unbearable instead of merely difficult. I sit in the den and force myself to think clearly. Tomorrow night, if she comes back, I have choices. I could hide, could refuse to show myself, could let her wait in the clearing until she gives up and returns to camp. Eventually, she'd stop trying. Eventually, she'd forget. Life would return to normal. Or I could meet her, could continue this dangerous game, could see where this leads even though I already know the ending. She gets hurt or I lose control or both. There's no good outcome here. But there's also this. The memory of her voice saying, I think you're worth knowing. The way she stood her ground when I appeared, terrified but determined. The offerings she's left, personal and deliberate, building something token by token. She sees something in me worth seeking. And I'm so tired of being alone. The moon's arc overhead, time passing in the way it does when you're dreading and anticipating something in equal measure. Eventually they set, the smaller one first, then the larger. Dawn approaches slowly, painting the sky in stages, black to gray to purple to gold. I should sleep, should rest while I can. But I just sit in my den, surrounded by offerings, thinking about tomorrow night, about whether I'll hide or reveal myself, about what happens if I choose wrong, about her voice in the clearing, steady and unafraid, saying she's coming back, and about my own voice, rough with disuse, saying, please, like it mattered, like she mattered, like I'd already lost.
Chapter 9. Gala. The grove of white trees is the most beautiful ritual site I've ever seen. The trees grow in a perfect circle around a spring that bubbles up from dark stone. The water so clear I can see straight to the bottom. Their bark is pale as bone, their leaves silver green in the late afternoon light. This place always feels different, Mother says quietly as we approach. Older. She's right. The air here is heavy with something I can't name. Not threatening exactly, just significant. Like the ground remembers things we've forgotten. The ritual proceeds as always. Offerings arranged at the spring's edge. The women forming their circle. The chant rising. The bone man walks when the moon is thin. We feed the path, he feeds within. Accept our gifts of hand and heart. Keep tooth and claw and hunger apart. My voice joins the others automatically, but my mind is elsewhere. Planning, anticipating. Tonight I'll go back to him, and this time I won't leave until he agrees to see me again, until he stops pushing me away with words his heart-like contradicts. The ritual ends. The women step back. But before I can linger to leave my personal offering, Mother touches my arm. Gala, a moment. My stomach tightens. Does she know? Did someone see me leave last night? We walk a short distance from the others, far enough that our voices won't carry. Mother stops and turns to face me, her expression serious. "I need to ask you something," she says, "and I need you to be honest." "All right. Where did you go last night?" My heart pounds. "What do you mean?" "Don't lie to me. I woke in the dead of the night and you were gone. I waited, thinking you'd just gone to relieve yourself, but you were gone for nearly an hour." Her eyes search my face. "Where were you?" I consider lying. Consider making up some excuse about not being able to sleep, about walking to clear my head, about anything other than the truth. But Mother knows me too well. "I went into the forest," I say finally. Her face goes pale. "Why?" "I needed to see something." "See what?" I hesitate. How do I explain this without sounding insane? Without confirming every fear she must have about her daughter losing her mind? "The bone man," I say quietly. "I wanted to see if he was real." Mother's expression shifts through shock, fear, anger, and settles on something worse, disappointment. "Tell me you didn't." "I had to know." "Tell me you didn't actually go looking for him." Her voice is sharp now. "Tell me you weren't foolish enough to walk into the forest alone in the quiet of the night, hoping a monster would show himself." I don't answer. Can't. Mother closes her eyes. When she opens them, they're wet. "Did you find him?" "Yes." "Gala." "He didn't hurt me. He told me to leave. He told me it was dangerous. He tried to make me go back." "But you didn't listen." "No." "And you're planning to go again tonight?" It's not a question. She knows me too well. "Yes," I say. Mother is quiet for a long moment. Around us, the camp is settling into evening routines. Fires being lit, food being prepared, the ordinary rhythms of caravan life continuing obliviously. "Why?" Mother asks finally. "Help me understand. Why would you risk everything for this?" I struggle for words. How do I explain this pull I feel? This certainty that he's something more than the stories suggest? This need to know him that's been growing stronger every day? "Because he's alone," I say finally. "Because he's been alone for decades, maybe longer. Because he accepts our offerings and keeps his distance and chooses restraint every single day, even though he doesn't have to. Because when I saw him, when I spoke to him, I saw someone worth knowing." "He's a monster." "He's not. He's more than that. Please, Gala, for the sake of us all." I meet her eyes. "He could have killed me last night, could have taken me easily, but he didn't. He asked me, Mother, to go back to camp, to stay safe. That means something." Mother shakes her head slowly. "It means he hasn't lost control yet. That's all." "You're wrong." "Am I?" Her voice is gentle now, sad. "Gala, I love you. I love your curiosity, your boldness, your refusal to accept easy answers. But this isn't some mystery to solve. This is a creature that kills to survive. That lives in isolation, because that's safer for everyone. The ritual system works because of distance. Because we never see him, never know him, never make him real. Maybe that's the problem. No, that's the solution." She reaches out and takes my hand. "I know you think you're being brave. I know you think you found something special. But all you found is danger dressed up as romance. And if you continue this, it will end badly. For you, for him, for everyone. You don't know that." "I do. Because I'm older than you. Because I've seen what happens when people make foolish choices. Because I know how these stories always end." I pull my hand away. "This isn't a story." "Then what is it?" I don't have an answer. Not one she'll accept. Mother sighs. "Your father and I have been talking. About the gathering next month. About pairing you off." "I don't want—" "I know. But I think it's time. I think you need something real to focus on. Someone who can give you a life, a future, safety, not whatever this is. The words hit like a slap. You can't force me to pair off. No. But I can ask you to think seriously about what you're choosing, about what you're risking. She touches my cheek gently. You're my daughter, my firstborn. I want you safe. I want you happy. And this path you're walking leads to neither. She turns and walks back to camp, leaving me standing alone among the white trees. I don't leave a personal offering at the spring. Mother is watching too closely, and I can't risk her suspicion growing stronger. Instead, I help prepare dinner, tend the fire, participate in the evening routines like nothing is wrong. But inside, I'm counting time, waiting for the camp to settle, planning my escape. Old Marim catches my eye across the fire. She knows. I can see her expression, concern mixed with resignation, like she's watching something inevitable unfold and knows she can't stop it. Gio asks me to tell him a story while we eat, but I can barely focus. My mind keeps circling back to the clearing, to skeletal hands and heart glowing like cold fire, to a voice saying please like it cost everything. Finally, after what feels like hours, the camp begins settling for sleep. Fires banked, tents closed, voices fading into silence. I lie in my sleeping space and wait. Mother's breathing evens out first, then father's. Gio is already snoring softly. I count to 100, then 100 again. Then I slip out of the tent as quietly as I can and walk into the forest. The clearing is empty when I arrive. Moonlight filters through the canopy, painting everything silver and shadow. I stand in the centre and wait. He'll come. I know he will. Despite everything he said about danger and distance, despite his attempts to push me away, he'll come. Because he's as lonely as I am. Because he wants this as much as I do, even if he won't admit it. I wait. Listen to the forest breathe around me. Feel the cool night air on my skin. Watch the shadows for movement. And then he's there. I don't see him approach. He moves too silently for that. But suddenly he's at the clearing's edge, skeletal frame illuminated by moonlight, heartlight pulsing steady blue. You came, he says. I told you I would. He steps into the clearing fully, closer than last night. Close enough that I can see the details of his bone structure, the way his claws curve, the exact colour of his heartlight. Your mother knows, he says. I blink. How do you know that? I watch, I listen. I saw her speak to you this evening, saw your face after. His heartlight flickers. She's trying to protect you. I don't need protection from you. Yes, you do. No, I don't. I take a step toward him. You keep saying how dangerous you are, how this is going to end badly, but you haven't hurt me. You won't hurt me, I know that. You don't know anything. Then tell me. Help me understand. I'm close enough now to reach out and touch him if I dared. You've been alone for so long. Decades, you said. Why? He's silent for a long moment. The light in his heart cycles through colours. Blue to orange to something almost red. Then again, back to blue. I don't have a response to that, he says finally. The memories are broken into tiny pieces and shattered inside me. What happened? I ask quietly. I have impressions, fragments, the ghost of what touch felt like on my skin. I don't press him further. I can see the pain swirl around him. I'd like to know your name, I ask. Septis. The word sounds strange in his rough voice. Septis, I repeat, testing the sound, making it real. Not the bone man, but Septis. His heart light flares even brighter at hearing me say his name. He can't hide that. This doesn't change anything, he says. Knowing my name doesn't make this less dangerous. No, but it makes you less folklore and more person. That matters. Why? Because I can't care about folklore. But I can care about a person named Septis, who chose to be alone rather than hurt people, who takes offerings like their treasures, who says please when he's desperate for someone to stay but terrified of what happens if they do. He goes very still. His heart light pulses steadily, but I can see the colours shifting underneath, blue and orange and gold, warring. You shouldn't care, he says quietly. Too late. We stand in the clearing with moonlight between us and his name hanging in the air like a secret we're both holding. I'm coming back tomorrow, I say, until you stop pushing me away, until you admit you want me here. This is madness. Probably. His heart light flares orange gold, bright enough to cast shadows. Then it dims again, forced back to blue. You're stubborn, he says. You have no idea. Something that might be a laugh escapes him, a rough sound, rusty with disuse. Will you be here tomorrow? Silence, then, yes. The word is quiet, almost reluctant, but it's everything. I smile. Good. I turn and walk back toward camp, but I look over my shoulder. He's still standing in the open clearing, watching me leave, his heart light burning brighter now, orange and gold mixed with blue, like fire and ice together, like something trying not to hope and failing. I head back into camp silently. No one stirs. I crawl into my sleeping space and lie there staring at the tent ceiling, my heart racing. His name is Septis. He's coming back tomorrow. And slowly, meeting by meeting, offering by offering, I'm drawing him closer, making him real instead of folklore, making him mine. The thought should terrify me. Maybe it does. But the fear is tangled up with something stronger. This certainty that I'm doing exactly what I'm meant to do, even if Mother is right, even if this ends badly, even if I'm walking toward disaster with my eyes open. And somewhere in the forest, I imagine Septis returning to his den, touching the bracelet on his wrist, thinking about tomorrow, about me, the way I'm thinking about him. I squeeze my eyes and let sleep take me, dreaming of skeletal hands and heart light like fire, and a name whispered in the dark. Septis. Not the bone man, Septis. And that makes all the difference.
Chapter 10. Septis. I move into the forest, not patrolling, not hunting, just moving. My claws tear into the mossy earth, seeking traction, seeking grounding. I'm a creature of habits, of decades-long routines that keep the beast at bay. Today those routines feel like a skin I have shed. I am raw, exposed. I drift toward the edge of the caravan's camp. I tell myself I am checking for threats, ensuring their safety as I always do. But I know the lie. I am checking for her. I find them near the stream, not Gala, but the smaller ones. The children. There are 3 of them. The boy, Gio, her brother, the weaver's daughter, Kess, and the blacksmith's boy, Tomo. They have ventured further than they should, pushing the boundaries of safety that their parents set. They are playing a game, their high-pitched voices cutting through the sacred silence of my woods. I crouch in the dense shadow of a massive oak, blending perfectly with the bark and the gloom. I dim my heart light until it is nothing more than a faint, marsh-light glimmer, easily mistaken for a reflection on a wet leaf. I'm not scared, the blacksmith's boy says, though his scent tells a different story. It reeks of sour milk and adrenaline. He's holding a stick like a sword, slashing at ferns. The Bone Man is just a story to keep us from getting lost. He's real, Gio says. His voice is quieter, more serious. He looks like her. The same dark eyes, the same set of the jaw. Gala leaves him bread. She says he protects us. Your sister is weird, Tomo sneers. She talks to rocks. I feel a low rumble build in my chest, a protective snarl I have to physically swallow. Careful, I tell myself. They are cubs, ignorant, soft cubs. But the urge to correct them, to show them exactly how real the story is, suddenly seizes me. Not to hurt, never to hurt the young, but to remind, to play the role they have cast me in. If I am the monster in the dark, perhaps it is time I gave them a show. They move deeper into the tree line, emboldened by the lack of immediate death. They are playing Hunt the Monster, a game I have seen human children play for generations. One pretends to be the beast, the others chase him with sticks. It is an insult to the art of the hunt. I move parallel to them, silent as smoke. I am 30 feet away, then 20, then 10. They do not see me. They do not hear me. They are deaf and blind in my world, stumbling over roots, their noise masking my approach. I slip behind a thicket of holly bushes, positioning myself just ahead of their path. I reach up and snap a branch, loud, deliberate, a dry crack that echoes like a gunshot in the quiet woods. The children freeze. "What was that?" Kess whispers, clutching her skirts. "Just a day," Tomo says, raising his stick sword. "Come out, Day. I'll turn you into stew." I snap another branch. Then I drag my claws down the bark of a pine tree. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound is visceral, the sound of bone parting wood. It is a sound no day makes. The smell of their fear sharpens, a sudden spike of acrid sweat. "That's not a day," Gio says. He backs up a step. "Tomo, we should go back." "I'm not afraid," Tomo yells, though his hand is shaking. He throws a stone into the brush. "Get out of here!" The stone lands near my foot. I look down at it, a smooth river rock. I pick it up. I weigh it in my hand, feeling the cold stone against my bone fingers. I could throw it back. I could vanish. But the playfulness is upon me now, a dark, trickster humor that bubbles up from the same place as my new hope. I toss the stone up and catch it. Click. Bone against stone. I toss it again. Click. The children go dead silent. They stare at the bush where I am hidden. They can't see me, but they can hear the rhythmic clicking, the sound of a game being played by something that shouldn't be playing. Click. 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 "Who's there?" Kess squeaks. I stop the clicking. I hold the stone tight. Then with a flick of my wrist, I roll the stone out from the underbrush. It trundles across the leaves and comes to a stop right at Tomo's feet. But it's not just the stone. I reach out with my consciousness, just a fraction, and let my heart light flare. Just for a second. A pulse of eerie, unnatural blue light that illuminates the space behind the holly bush, casting the shadow of a ribcage and long, curved horns against the leaves. The silhouette of a nightmare. The scream Tomo lets out is satisfyingly primal. He drops his stick sword and scrambles backward, tripping over his own feet. "Run!" he shrieks. "It's him! It's him!" Kess is already running, her braids flying as she bolts back toward the safety of the wagons. Tomo scrambles up and follows, legs pumping, terror making him fast. But Gio stays, just for a moment. The boy stands his ground, his small chest heaving, his eyes wide and fixed on the spot where the blue light flared. He is terrified. I can smell it rolling off him in waves, but he is curious, like his sister. I stay perfectly still, letting the shadows wrap around me again. I am invisible, just a texture in the darkness. "Mr. Bone Man?" Gio whispers. The title makes something twist in my chest. Ridiculous. Absurd. And yet, acknowledged. I do not answer. To answer would be to break the spell, to terrify him beyond recovery, or to reveal too much. I simply scrape one claw against the stone floor, a soft, acknowledging rasp. Gio swallows hard. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out something small, a piece of hardtack biscuit, half-eaten. He places it on a tree stump with trembling hands. For not eating me," he whispers. Then he turns and runs, chasing after his friends, his footsteps fading into the distance. I step out from the holly bush. I tower over the stump where the biscuit sits. It is a pathetic offering, crumbly, stale, covered in pocket lint. It is perfect. I pick it up with 2 claws, delicate as a surgeon. I bring it to where my mouth would be and let the essence of it dissolve into me. It tastes of childhood fear and reluctant gratitude. It tastes of belief. I look toward the camp. The children will tell their parents. The adults will laugh it off as imagination. Or they will grow somber and tell the old stories again tonight. They will warn them to stay close to the fire. They will fear me. And because they fear me, they will be safe. I have reinforced the boundary. I have played my part. But tonight the script changes. The playfulness drains out of me as the sun climbs higher, replaced by the heavy, thrumming anticipation of what comes at moonrise. I return to the den with a restlessness that borders on pain. The space feels different now. It is no longer just a shelter. It is a waiting room. I look at the collection of offerings, the trinkets, the ribbons, the carvings. They look cluttered, dusty. I feel self-conscious about my home. What will she see when she comes here? Will she see a shrine to connection? Or will she see a pile of garbage hoarded by a lonely monster? I start to clean. I move with frantic energy, my claws clicking against the stone. I sweep the dust from the floor using a bundle of dried grass. I rearrange the offerings, spacing them out, trying to make them look like a collection rather than a heap. I take the wooden bird she carved, the one with the detailed wings, and move it to the center, hanging it so it will catch the first light of the moon. I check the nest of furs and fabrics. It smells of me, of dry bone and ozone and old dust. Is it repulsive? I can't tell. I grab a handful of dried lavender from one of the offering bundles and crush it, scattering the herbs over the bedding. It's pathetic. I'm a predator, an apex killer, arranging flowers like a suitor. I stop, my hands shaking. What am I doing? I am preparing for a guest. I am preparing for her. I go to the spring in the back of the cave. I submerge myself, scrubbing at my bones, washing away the moss and the dirt of the forest floor. I scour my claws until they gleam white. I wash the mud from my feet. I stare at my reflection in the dark water. A skull, hollow sockets, a cage of ribs housing a ball of cold fire. There is no male here, no flesh to soften the angles, no lips to smile, no eyes to convey warmth. She thinks you are worth knowing, I tell the reflection. She said it. You are going to destroy her, the reflection answers. I shatter the water with my hand, breaking the image. Night is falling. The light outside the den turns purple, then gray, then black. The moons begin their ascent. My heart light shifts from blue to a nervous, flickering gold. It is time. I leave the den, moving toward the clearing. I do not run. I walk with purpose, with dread, with a hunger that has very little to do with food. I frightened the children today to keep them away, to keep them safe from the monster. But tonight, I'm going to let the monster be found. I step into the clearing just as the silver light touches the grass, and I wait, and I hope.
Chapter 11. Gala. I return to the clearing before the moons are fully risen, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. The forest is dark, the path uncertain, but I don't hesitate. I know where I'm going. I know who I'm going to see. The clearing opens before me, silver-edged in early moonlight, and he's already there. Septis stands at the far edge, skeletal frame outlined against the dark trees, heartlight pulsing steady blue. He's been waiting. The realization sends warmth spreading through my chest. He wanted this as much as I did. You came back. His voice is still rough, still careful, but there's something underneath it now. Relief, maybe, or hope. I told you I would. I thought... He trails off. I thought you might reconsider, might realize this is madness. It probably is. I walk toward him, crossing the clearing deliberately. But I'm here anyway. His heart light flickers brighter as I approach. I'm learning to read him through that glow, The colours, the intensity, the way it pulses. Right now it's cycling between blue and something warmer. Orange, maybe. Gold. His heart light is cycling rapidly now. Blue to orange to gold to something almost red, then back to blue. Like he's fighting himself. Like he's losing. I reach out slowly, giving him time to pull away if he wants. My hand finds his, skeletal, hard, sharp-edged. His claws could shred me without trying. He freezes. Your bones aren't cold, I say. I thought they would be. The heart light generates warmth. Not much, but some. Does this hurt you? Me touching you? No, the opposite. Show me. He hesitates. Then, carefully, so carefully, he closes his skeletal fingers around my hand. The gesture is gentle despite his size, despite the danger of those claws. His touch is warm, solid, real. You don't have to be alone anymore, I say. Yes, I do. It's safer. For who? Not for you. You've been alone so long you've convinced yourself it's virtue instead of just loneliness. It's kept everyone safe. And made you miserable. That's an acceptable cost. Is it? I move his hand from my chest to my face, letting his claws rest carefully against my cheek. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've been punishing yourself for decades for a crime you can't even remember committing. His heart light flickers bright enough to cast shadows across the clearing. His hand on my face trembles. I could hurt you so easily, he whispers. But you won't. How can you be so certain? Because I see you, Septis. Really see you. Not the bone man from stories, not the monster. You. The person who collects offerings like treasures, who moves so carefully around me, who waits in clearings hoping I'll come back. I see you, and you're not going to hurt me. The trembling in his hand intensifies. For just a moment I think he'll pull away, retreat back into distance and isolation. Instead, his other hand comes up to cup my other cheek, both skeletal hands framing my face, claws resting against my skin with impossible gentleness. You're going to ruin me, he says. Good. His heart light burns gold, and then he's pulling me closer, slowly, giving me every chance to change my mind, until I'm pressed against his skeletal chest. The heart light is warm against me, pulsing in rhythm with my own heartbeat. I wrap my arms around him as much as I can. Bone and warmth and the smell of forest and something else, something distinctly him. This is dangerous, he murmurs against the top of my head. I know. You should run. I'm not going to. You're stubborn. You have no idea. That rough sound again, almost a laugh. His arms tighten around me carefully. We stand like that in the clearing, monster and maiden, holding each other like we're both drowning and both the lifeline. How long have you been here alone? I don't track time the way humans do anymore, but it has always began and never ended. The thought makes my chest ache. All that time, all that loneliness. I'm sorry, I say. Why? You didn't do this to me. I'm still sorry it happened. His heart light softens, pure gold now, warm and steady. No one said that to me before. Then people are idiots. That almost laugh again. You're strange. So are you. We match. He touches my face again, one claw tracing my cheekbone gently. You're not afraid of me at all, are you? No. You should be. But I'm not. And you need to accept that. Silence. Then, what do you want from me, Gala? The question is loaded, heavy with meaning. What do I want? Everything. Nothing. Something I can't fully name yet. I want to know you, I say finally. Really know you. Not the folklore version. The real Septis. What if the real Septis is just as monstrous as the folklore? Then I'll know a monster, but I don't think that's what I'll find. His heart light changes colours, gold to orange to blue, emotion too complex to name. You're going to ruin me, he says again. But this time there's no fear in it, just certainty, acceptance. Good, I repeat. We hold each other in the clearing as the moons arc overhead. His hands explore my face carefully, learning me the way I'm learning him. My hands trace his skeletal frame, mapping bone and warmth and the places where his heart light shines through. I need to touch you more, I say eventually. I want to know all of you. His entire frame goes rigid. Gala, not tonight, I know, but soon. That's dangerous? Yes, you keep saying that, but I still want it. Why? Because I want you, all of you, however that works. His heart light flares so bright I have to close my eyes against the glare. When I open them again, it's dimmed back to gold, but pulsing rapidly. You don't know what you're asking, he says. Then show me, teach me, help me understand. If we... He stops, starts again. If we cross that line, there's no going back. You understand that, yes? Once we're bonded that way, once you've given yourself to me like that, everything changes. For both of us. I know. You can't know. You're human. You don't understand what mating means for Wyra. It's not just physical. It's essence binding. You'd be tied to me in ways that... Good. I cut him off. I want to be tied to you. You're insane. Probably. Are you going to keep arguing, or are you going to touch me? His hands tighten on my waist. Carefully. Always carefully. Not tonight. Why not? Because when I touch you that way, I want time. I want to learn every part of you without rushing, and dawn is already approaching. I glance at the sky. He's right. The darkness is thinning at the edges. I've been here for hours. Tomorrow night, then, I say. Gala. Tomorrow night, Septis. I'll come back. And you're going to show me what you're so afraid of. His heart light cycles through colours so fast I can't track them all. Fear and want and resignation all at once. You're going to destroy me, he whispers. We'll destroy each other. It'll be perfect. That rough laugh, more frequent now, less rusty. You're completely insane. Yes. Are you complaining? No. Good. I pull his skeletal face down and press my forehead against where his should be. Tomorrow night, don't make me hunt for you. I'll be here. Promise? I promise. I pull away reluctantly, start walking back toward camp. But I look over my shoulder 3 times. 4. He's still standing in the clearing, watching me leave, his heart light burning like a beacon. The last thing I see before the trees block my view is him raising one hand, a gesture of farewell, or promise, or both. I slip back into camp as the first light touches the sky. No one stirs. Geo is snoring, mother and father breathing in sync. Everything is normal, except I can still feel his hands on my face, can still feel the warmth of his heart light against my chest. Can still hear him saying, tomorrow.
Chapter 12. Septis. The day passes in a haze. I try to hunt but can't focus. Try to rest but can't settle. My thoughts keep circling back to her. The way she looked up at me without flinching. The way her heartbeat felt under my palm. The way she said tomorrow like a promise and a threat combined. By afternoon, I give up on pretending I'm going to do anything productive. Instead, I prepare. I clean the den more thoroughly than I have in years. Arrange the nest of fabric scraps into something more comfortable. Make sure there's nothing sharp or dangerous where she might lie down. Check and recheck the entrance. Accessible but private, hidden but not trapped. I'm preparing for her to stay. The realization makes my heart light flicker. She won't go back to camp tonight. Can't if we do what she's suggesting. The caravan will notice she's missing. Her family will worry. They might come looking. The thought makes something cold settle in my chest. Her family, Magnus and Bethta and the boy, Geo. They love her. They want her safe. And I'm the opposite of safe. What am I doing? But even as the doubt surfaces, I know I won't stop this. Can't stop this. She's chosen me impossibly, and I'm too selfish to push her away anymore. If her family comes looking, I'll deal with it then. For now, there's only tonight. I'm at the clearing early, waiting. The moons are just rising, painting everything silver. My heart light pulses blue-white, steady but bright with anticipation. She comes through the trees right as full dark settles, and stops. Just stands in the clearing, looking at me. The moonlight catches her, dark hair loose around her shoulders, wearing something simpler than usual. Prepared, like she knew what tonight would be. "You're early," she says. "So are you." I couldn't wait. Neither could I. She crosses the clearing slowly, not hesitant, just deliberate, like she's savoring the anticipation. When she reaches me, she doesn't stop, just steps directly into my space, tilting her head back to look up at where my face should be. "I've been thinking about this all day," she says. "So have I. Are you still going to tell me it's dangerous?" "It is dangerous. But you're going to do it anyway." "Yes." Her smile is fierce. "Good." She reaches up and takes my hand, brings it to her face the way I did last night. But this time she turns her head and kisses my palm, her lips warm against bone, the sensation shocking in its intimacy. My heart light flares orange-red before I can control it. "I want to touch you," she says. "All of you. I want to know how you're built, what feels good, what doesn't. I want to learn you." "Gala. Show me it. Explain it to me. Help me understand how this works." The directness of it shocks me into stillness. She's not dancing around the subject, not waiting for me to lead. She's demanding answers with the same boldness she's shown in everything else. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
"Tomorrow night," she says, voice hoarse. "We do that again. And the night after. And every night until I can't walk straight." I lift her gently this time, cradle her against my chest. My heart light settles back to a warm, steady gold. "Every night," I agree, and it sounds like a vow. She curls into me, boneless and sated, and whispers against the glow of my heart light, "I'm already yours, Septus. You just proved it to both of us."
Chapter 13. Gala. "Gala, wake up," Septus says. I open my eyes. I am in his den. I did not go home last, and I'm unsure if I ever want to again. "Time to hunt," he tells me. I quickly dress. My body aches. I meet him outside his den. The forest is alive with morning sounds as Septus leads me through the undergrowth, teaching me to move like predator instead of prey. "Quieter," he murmurs, watching me navigate around a fallen log. "Feel the ground before you commit your weight. Test for branches that will snap." I adjust immediately, making my movements more deliberate. I've always been a quick learner. Father used to say I picked up skills like other people caught colds. But these past weeks since I chose Septus, since I left everything behind, I've been ravenous for knowledge. How to track, how to hunt, how to kill cleanly and efficiently, how to survive in his world instead of just visiting it. Like this, I demonstrate, placing my foot carefully, rolling from heel to toe in near-perfect silence. Exactly like that. His heart-like pulses warm blue gold. Pride. I can feel it through the bond. He's proud of me. The recognition sends warmth shooting through my chest. We've been out since before dawn, and already I've caught 2 surus in snares I set myself yesterday. Small victories, but victories nonetheless. Each one proving I can adapt, can become what I need to be to thrive here. Septis stops at a game trail, fresh day tracks pressed into soft earth. "What do you see?" he asks. I crouch beside him, studying the prints with the same focus I used to bring to Mother's herb gathering. That life feels like years ago now, though it's only been weeks. "Buck," I say confidently. "Large, maybe 200 pounds, moving east toward the creek." I trace the edge of one print. These are fresh, less than an hour old. "Good. What else?" I tilt my head, considering, then point to disturbed undergrowth beside the trail. "He stopped here, browsed on these leaves. See how they're torn, not cut clean? That's day feeding, not something with sharper teeth." "Excellent." He stands, offering me his hand. I take it without hesitation, and the casual touch sends warmth through my chest that has nothing to do with the morning sun. "You're learning faster than I expected. I have a good teacher." I smile up at him, genuine, open, trusting. His heart flares brighter for a moment before steadying. I've learned to read his emotions through that glow. Right now it's saying things he probably wouldn't say out loud. That he cares, that I matter, that this us is real. "Come on," he says, pulling me close for a moment, pressing his skull against my forehead in the gesture we've developed. Our version of a kiss. "Let's see if we can track him to the creek. Time to test your stalking." We move through the forest together, following the day's trail. I'm good at this, better than I expected myself to be. My caravan upbringing gave me skills Septis can refine, but didn't have to create from nothing. I know how to read terrain, how to navigate by landmarks, how to move quietly when necessary. He's just teaching me to weaponize those skills. The buck is at the creek when we find him, exactly where the trail suggested. Large, prime, his head down drinking, completely unaware we're upwind watching from cover. "Your kill," Septis whispers against my ear. "Show me what you've learned." My heart rate kicks up, not from fear but from anticipation. This is the moment. My first solo kill of something larger than Saurus. I draw my bone knife, the one he made for me from the first day we killed together. My hand is steady, no hesitation, no fear, just focus. I move like water, flowing through undergrowth without disturbing it. Everything Septis has taught me over these weeks comes together in this moment. 10 feet, 5, 3. The buck's head comes up, sensing something wrong. Too late. I strike fast and clean, knife finding the throat, the killing stroke he taught me. The buck staggers, tries to run, collapses within 10 feet. Dead before he hits the ground. I did it perfectly. The rush is immediate and overwhelming. My hands are shaking, not from fear, but from adrenaline, from achievement, from the pure, visceral thrill of the successful hunt. "I did it," I say, looking back at Septis with fierce joy. "I actually did it." "You did." He crosses to where I'm kneeling beside the carcass, his heart light pulsing brighter with pride. Clean kill, fast, merciful, exactly right. I grin and launch myself at him, arms around his neck, my whole body pressed against his skeletal frame in celebration. He catches me automatically, holding me close, and for this perfect moment everything is right. I'm here. I'm his. I'm learning and adapting and thriving. We're building something together. The thought should scare me, should trigger warnings about how quickly I've adapted, how completely I've changed from the girl who used to weave offerings at cairns. It doesn't. I just hold him and let myself feel content. We spend the afternoon processing the kill together. He shows me how to field dress efficiently, how to preserve the meat, how to use every part of the animal. I work without squeamishness, my hands sure and steady even when covered in blood. Mother would be horrified. Father would be disgusted. I don't care. This would have horrified me a year ago, I say, examining the heart before setting it aside for cooking. All this blood and viscera, I would have been sick. And now? Now it just feels practical. Necessary. I glance at him. Is that wrong? That it doesn't bother me? No. He's gutting the hindquarters, his claws making quick work of separating muscle from bone. It means you're adapting, becoming what you need to be. What I need to be, I repeat quietly. And what is that exactly? He pauses, considering. His heart light flickers through colours too fast for me to read. My partner, he says finally. My equal. Someone who can survive in this world alongside me instead of despite it. The words settle deep in my chest like warmth. Not his keeper. Not his possession. Not his burden. His partner. His equal. I return to my work, but I'm smiling, small, satisfied. That's exactly what I want to be. We carry the meat back to the den as the Solis starts its descent. The load is heavy, but I don't complain. Just adjust my grip and keep walking, matching his pace. Strong, capable, everything I need to be. At the den, we hang the meat to cure, and I start a fire without being asked. The domestic routine we've developed over these weeks unfolds naturally. Me tending the fire, him arranging our sleeping space, both of us moving around each other with practiced ease. He reaches across and takes my hand. I squeeze back, my grip strong and sure. No regrets? He asks. No regrets. I meet his gaze steadily. I chose you. I'd choose you again, every time. I mean it, completely. His heart light pulses brighter. Warmth and affection and something deeper flowing through the bond. We settle for the night in our sleeping space, furs piled deep and soft, my body tucked against his skeletal frame. I fall asleep quickly, exhausted from the day's hunt, but content, safe, loved. Before sleep takes me completely, I feel his arm tighten around me carefully. Feel his heart light pulse steady blue gold against my back. This is what contentment feels like, what peace feels like. I've spent my whole life searching for something without knowing what I was searching for. Now I've found it. Found him. My hand finds his in the darkness, fingers intertwining with his claws. Even half asleep, I reach for him. Even dreaming, I know he's here, and everything is perfect. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Septus. Her eyes open slowly. The den is dim. The Solis is still low outside, early morning light filtering through the vines covering the entrance. I've been watching her sleep, unable to stop myself from touching her. "You're awake," I say. "Your claws woke me." She stretches, and I watch every muscle move under marked skin. Her body carries evidence of what we did last night. Good evidence. Earned evidence. Not complaining. "I couldn't stop touching you." "Don't stop now." My heart light flickers brighter. I continue my exploration, down her spine, across her hip, tracing the curve of her waist, learning her even now, even after hours of claiming each other. "You're marked," I say quietly. She glances down at the scratches across her ribs, her thighs, her shoulders. Thin red lines where my claws dug in during the more intense moments. They must sting, but she doesn't flinch. "Good," she says. "I hurt you." "No. You marked me. There's a difference." "Gala, I told you to go harder. I told you I wanted to feel it today." She catches my hand, brings it to her lips, kisses my palm. "I got exactly what I asked for." My frame shudders at the contact, at her words, at the absolute certainty in her voice. "You're going to destroy me." "We've established that." She sits up, wincing slightly. "Where's water? I need to clean up." I gesture toward the back of the den. "There's a spring. Through that passage. It's cold." "Good." She stands gloriously naked and walks toward where I indicated. I can't stop watching, tracking every movement, every curve. The way she moves with my marks on her skin is intoxicating. The passage opens into a smaller chamber, with a natural spring bubbling up from dark stone. I hear her gasp when she steps into the cold water, but she doesn't retreat, just washes quickly, efficiently. When she returns to the main chamber, I still haven't moved. Can't stop watching her with intensity that should probably worry me. "What?" she asks. "You're beautiful." I'm covered in scratches and probably smell like sex. Still beautiful. She laughs, genuine, open, and returns to the nest, settling against me. I curve my arm around her carefully, those deadly claws resting against her ribs. "I wonder if they miss me. I wonder are they looking for me," she says. "That you can be sure of. Mother will be frantic. Father will be furious. Gio won't understand. Do you regret staying?" "No, but I need to face them. Tell them myself." She looks up at me. "Will you come with me?" My heart light flickers, blue mixing with orange, uncertainty and fear. That's not wise. I don't care about wise. I care about not being a coward. "You're not..." If I just disappear without explanation, that's cowardice. They deserve to hear it from me, to understand this was my choice. She cups my skull, makes me look at her. "Come with me. Stand with me when I tell them. They'll try to take you back. Let them try. Your father might attack me. Then don't kill him. Just restrain him or something. But I need you there. I need them to see that this is real. That you're not some monster who stole me. That I chose you." I'm silent for a moment, weighing the risks. Her family seeing me. The confrontation. The potential for violence. But she's asking, and I can't deny her. "All right," I say finally. "If that's what you want." "It is." "When?" "Now, before I lose my nerve." We walk through the forest together in early morning light. I move silently out of habit, but she crashes through undergrowth like the human she is. The contrast would be amusing if I couldn't sense her anxiety through the bond. She's about to break her family's hearts. The thought makes me want to turn back, to spare her this pain. But she's right. They will come looking eventually. Better to face them on her terms. We reach the edge of the camp as the Solis fully rises. The caravan is already stirring, fires being rekindled, morning routines beginning. I can see her mother near their wagon, face tight with worry. She knows Gala didn't come back. "Stay here," Gala tells me. Just for a moment. Let me go first. Are you sure? Trust me. I watch her step out of the tree line into the camp, my heart light pulsing with tension I can't suppress. The reaction is immediate. Her mother sees her first, relief, then confusion, then something harder. Her father emerges from the wagon, expression darkening. The boy, Gio, runs toward her. I can hear their exchange even from here. She sends him away, approaches her parents alone. I should stay hidden, should let her handle this without my presence making it worse. But I need to see, need to know what happens. Her father's voice rises, anger, fear, desperation. Her mother is crying. The whole camp is watching now, witnessing this fracture. Then her father shouts toward the tree line, "Show yourself! I know you're there! Show yourself, coward!" Gala turns. "Come out. It's all right." I hesitate for one more moment. Once I step into that clearing, everything changes, becomes real, final. Then I step out of the forest into the camp. The reaction is immediate and visceral. Women scream. Children are pulled behind adults. Men reach for weapons, inadequate, useless against me. But the instinct is there. I stop at the edge of camp, letting them see me fully. Skeletal frame towering, heart light pulsing blue. Everything the stories warned them about made flesh and bone. "That's what you want?" Her father's voice is horrified. "That's what you're choosing? That thing?" His name is Septus. Gala walks to stand beside me, takes my clawed hand in hers, making the connection obvious. And yes, this is what I'm choosing. Pride surges through me so intensely my heart light flares brighter. She's not ashamed, not hiding, not pretending I'm anything other than what I am. She's claiming me in front of everyone who matters to her. Her mother is crying. Gio stares wide-eyed. Old Marim watches with an expression I can't read but recognize as understanding. "He'll kill you," her father says. "Sooner or later, he'll lose control and he'll kill you." "No, he won't. You can't know that." "I know him, you don't." She squeezes my hand. I squeeze back carefully, mindful of my claws. "He's not going to hurt me, and I'm not leaving him." "Then you're leaving us." Her father's voice cracks. "If you choose him, you're choosing to leave your family, your home, everything." "I know." The certainty in her voice makes my chest tight. She knows. She understands what she's sacrificing, and she's choosing me anyway. "Gala, please." Her mother reaches toward her, face wet with tears. "Please don't do this. Come back. Stay with us. We can keep you safe." "I don't want to be safe. I want to be with him." "Why?" The word is torn from her mother. "Why would you choose this?" "Because I love him. Because he sees me. Because when I'm with him, I'm more myself than I've ever been." She looks at each of them. Her father's rage, her mother's devastation, Gio's confusion. I'm sorry this hurts you. But I can't choose you over him. I won't. I love him." The words echo in my skull. She said it, out loud, in front of everyone. She loves me. My heart light blazes brighter before I can control it. Gio steps forward, small, brave. "Will we see you again?" I watch Gala kneel to his level, see her face crack slightly at his question. "I don't know. But you're my sister." "I am. I always will be. But I have to go with him now." She hugs him tightly. When she pulls away, his face is wet. She stands and faces her parents again. "I'm leaving. Now. With him. I'm sorry it has to be like this." "Don't." Her father's voice is broken. "Don't do this to us. I'm not doing this to you. I'm doing this for me. You're going to regret this. When he kills you, when you realize what a mistake this was. If I regret it, that's my choice to regret, not yours." She turns to me. "Let's go." I've been silent through all of this, letting her handle it her way. Now I meet her gaze and see the question she's really asking. Are you sure you want me after this? After I've burned everything for you? I nod once, certain. We walk toward the tree line together. Behind us, her mother sobs. Her father shouts. Threat or plea, I can't tell. Gio calls her name. She doesn't look back, not once. We lie together in the den as afternoon becomes evening. She's pressed against my side, one hand tracing idle patterns on my ribs. Comfortable. Safe. Mine. I want to learn how to live here, she says. How to survive in the forest. How to hunt. How to track. How to be part of your world instead of just visiting it. You're sure? I'm sure. She takes my hand. Teach me. Show me everything. Make me yours in every way that matters. My heart light flares gold. You're already mine. Then make me better at being yours. I pull her close, careful as always of my claws. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll teach you. How to move silently. How to read tracks. How to kill. How to kill. If you're going to survive out here, you need to know how to defend yourself. How to hunt. How to take a life when necessary. She's quiet for a moment, processing. Then, all right, teach me. But screw me first. The demand makes the light within my chest pulse brighter. No hesitation, no fear, just want. She's perfect, absolutely perfect, and she's mine.
Chapter 15. Gala. I stand and move to the den entrance, pushing aside the vines. Outside, the night is clear, both moons risen, casting double shadows across the forest floor. Beautiful, peaceful, empty. Septis? I call softly. No answer. I step outside fully, scanning the clearing. Nothing. Then I see it. Movement on the ridge above the den. A figure silhouetted against the moonlight. Him. Relief floods through me. He's just out for a walk. Probably couldn't sleep. Nothing wrong. Nothing to worry about. I start climbing the ridge, moving quietly out of habit. As I get closer, I can see him more clearly. Standing at the very top, perfectly still, facing north. His arms are raised. I slow. Something about his posture is wrong. Not the careful control I'm used to. This is rigid, strained, like he's holding something back or pulling something in. I stop at the tree line below the ridge crest, hidden in shadow, watching. That's when I see them. Lights. Thousands of them, maybe millions. Tiny points like dust motes swirling around him in complex patterns. They move with impossible coordination, spiraling, weaving, dancing through the air. They're beautiful. They're wrong. Septis's heart light is blazing brighter than I've ever seen it, no longer the soft blue gold I've grown to love. This is different, sharper. The blue is fading at the edges, mixing with something darker, orange, red, gold. The lights spiral closer, tightening their pattern. They move toward his skull, toward his open jaw, and he swallows them, all of them. The entire swirling mass disappears down his throat in one impossible gulp. His whole frame convulses, his back arches, his claws dig into his bones. Then he roars. The sound is nothing like I've ever heard from him before. Not his voice, not his tone. This is primal, violent, wrong. The roar echoes through the forest, sending every animal within miles into terrified flight. Birds explode from trees, small creatures scatter. I freeze, my hand instinctively reaching for my knife. His head whips around, directly toward where I'm hiding. Impossible. I'm downwind, perfectly concealed. He shouldn't be able to sense me, but he does. His hollow sockets lock onto my position with absolute certainty. He roars again, this time at me. The sound is rage and hunger and something I can't name but recognize as dangerous. His heart light has changed completely. No blue left at all. Just burning orange-red so bright it hurts to look at directly. Every instinct screams at me to run. I can't move. We stare at each other across 30 feet of open ground. Predator and prey. Like a monster and its prey. Then, slowly, the orange-red in his heart light begins to fade. Blue creeps back in at the edges. The rigid tension in his frame eases incrementally. He blinks, or does whatever the Wyra equivalent is, and his posture shifts. Recognition. Gala. His voice is rough, confused. What are you doing out here? I find my voice with effort. I woke up. You were gone. I was worried. He looks around, taking in his position on the ridge, his claws still embedded in cracked stone, then down at himself, at the heart light that's only now fading back to familiar blue gold. I don't... He stops. Starts again. I don't remember coming out here. The admission makes my stomach twist. He doesn't remember. Doesn't remember raising his arms to the sky. Doesn't remember the lights. Doesn't remember swallowing them. Doesn't remember roaring at me like I was prey. Doesn't remember any of it. What do you remember? I ask carefully. Falling asleep, holding you. He pulls his claws free from the stone with effort. Then, nothing. Just waking up here with you watching me. I should tell him. Should describe what I saw, the lights, the swallowing, the transformation of his heart light, the way he looked at me like he wanted to tear me apart. The words stick in my throat. Because if I tell him, I make it real. Make it something we have to acknowledge and deal with. Make it a problem. And right now, looking at him standing confused and vulnerable in the moonlight, I don't want problems. I want everything to stay exactly how it's been. Perfect. Safe. Us against the world. You were just standing here, I say. The lie comes surprisingly easy. Staring north, I called your name a few times before you answered. It's not completely false. I did call his name, eventually. He nods slowly, accepting this explanation. I've been restless lately. The hunger feels different, sharper. Maybe I was hunting in my sleep somehow. Maybe, I echo. We stand in silence for a moment. The forest has gone quiet, every animal still hiding from that terrible roar. Even the wind seems to have stopped. Come back to the den, I say finally. It's cold out here. He follows without argument, and we descend the ridge together. But I glance back once at the spot where he stood. Whatever happened up there wasn't gentle, wasn't safe, wasn't the Septis I've been falling in love with. Back in the den, we settle into the furs. He pulls me close, his arms careful and protective. His heart light pulses soft blue gold again, all trace of that burning orange-red gone. Like it never happened. I'm sorry if I worried you, he murmurs against my hair. It's okay, I just... Don't do that again. Don't leave without telling me. I won't, I promise. His breathing evens out quickly. Within minutes he's asleep, his grip on me loosening slightly. I lie awake staring at the den ceiling. I saw something tonight. Something wrong. I should tell him, should insist we figure out what happened out there, what it was. His heart light pulses steady blue gold in the darkness, and I force myself to put it out of my mind. Everything is fine. We're fine. Nothing has changed.
Chapter 16. Septis. I wake to find her gone from the nest. Panic flares immediate and sharp. Has she left? Changed her mind? Returned to her family? Then I hear water splashing in the back chamber. Relief washes through me so intensely my heart light pulses bright. She's still here. She stayed. I lie in the nest and listen to her moving around, the sounds domestic and strange. No one else has lived in this den with me. Ever. In all the decades of isolation, it's been only me and my collection and the silence. Now there's her. The reality of it hits me again. She gave up everything. Her family, her community, her entire life. For me, the weight of that sacrifice is crushing, exhilarating, terrifying. What if I can't give her what she needs? What if isolation and forest life aren't enough? What if she wakes up one morning and realizes what she's lost and regrets it? What if I hurt her? Not intentionally. I die before intentionally harming her. But what if my control slips? What if the hunger gets too strong? What if one day I'm not careful enough with my claws and I tear her open without meaning to? The thoughts spiral, feeding on themselves. She emerges from the back chamber, wet hair clinging to her shoulders, still naked and unself-conscious about it. When she sees me watching, she smiles. "You're awake. You were gone. Just washing. I wasn't leaving." She crosses to the nest, settles against me. Her skin is cool from the spring water. "Did you think I'd changed my mind?" The thought occurred. "I haven't. Won't." She kisses my jaw. "You're stuck with me. You gave up everything. I gained everything." Her hand traces patterns on my chest near the heartlight. "Stop worrying. I can feel you worrying." "How?" "The essence bond. I can feel your emotions now. Distant but there. Like an echo of what you're feeling." She props herself up on one elbow, looking at me. "Is that normal for wearer bonds?" "I don't know. I've never been bonded before." "Never?" "Never. Most Wyra take keepers by force or manipulation, create bonds based on fear and necessity. This, what we have, is different." "How different?" "You chose me. Willingly. Without coercion. That changes the nature of the bond. Makes it stronger. More reciprocal. So you can feel me too?" "Yes. Faintly. Your contentment. Your certainty. My heartlight flickers. Your lack of regret. Good. Because there is no regret." She settles against me more comfortably. "What do we do today?" "What do you want to do?" "More screwing than more killing," she says playfully. "Suits me fine," I reply. "Good. Now," she says, "let me suck that." As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. "I think you just ruined me for life," she whispers, laughing softly. "And I've never been happier." I hold her close, heartlight pulsing warm gold, and I feel something dangerously close to peace.
Chapter 17. Gala. I find him at the entrance, standing just beyond the vines, staring into the forest. His skeletal frame is perfectly still, but his heartlight glows orange instead of the steady blue I've grown accustomed to. Not the pale blue of calm, not the gold of contentment. Orange, almost red at the edges. Like the other night. "Septis!" He doesn't turn, doesn't acknowledge me, just keeps staring into the trees like he's watching something I can't see. I approach carefully, the way I would approach a spooked animal. When I'm close enough to touch, I place my hand on his arm. He flinches. The reaction is small but unmistakable. He's never flinched from my touch before. "Are you all right?" I ask quietly. "Yes." His voice is rough, distracted. "Fine." "Is this about the other night? You on the ridge, not being yourself?" He turns to look at me. His heart light flickers, orange to red to something almost gold, then back to orange. Cycling too fast. Unstable. "I'm sorry I frightened you," he says. "It's okay," I reply. "What was that? Really?" "I don't know." "But you felt it again. I can see it in your heart light." He's quiet for a long moment. Then, not the scent, but the echo of it, like my body remembers and wants more. The words make my stomach tighten. Wants more how? I can't explain it. Just hunger, but not the way it usually feels. Not an ache to manage, something sharper, more urgent. His claws flex unconsciously. More compelling. I try to sense it through the bond, that connection we forged when we mated. Usually I can feel his emotions clearly. Contentment, protectiveness, desire. Simple things, easy to read. Now I get only static. Hunger, yes, but twisted somehow. Changed. Like listening to familiar music played in the wrong key. "I should patrol," he says abruptly. "Check the boundaries." "Now?" Solus just rose. "Now." There's something in his voice that doesn't invite argument. I nod and follow him into the forest. He moves differently today. Usually when we patrol together, Septis matches my pace, slows himself to my human limitations, stays close in case I stumble or miss a sign. Today he moves ahead, fast, not quite running but close. I have to jog to keep up, my breath coming harder, sweat already beading on my forehead. "Septis, wait!" He stops, turns. For a moment he looks confused, like he forgot I was here. "Sorry." He waits for me to catch up, but his frame radiates tension, impatience. I'm distracted. I can see that. I press my hand to the stitch in my side. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just need to move. Need to..." He stops. Tilts his head like he's listening to something. "There." "There what?" But he's already moving again, faster now, definitely running. I curse and chase after him, branches whipping at my face, roots trying to trip me. By the time I catch up, he's already made the kill. A boar. Large, maybe 200 pounds. It's on the ground, throat torn open, blood pooling in the dirt. Still twitching. Not quite dead yet. Septis crouches over it, his claws buried deep in its side. His heart light burns bright orange red, illuminating the carnage. He's feeding on its essence. I can see the way his frame shudders with each pull, the way the boar's struggles weaken as its life force drains away. But this isn't like the controlled hunting he showed me, the clean kill he taught me to make. This is violence, brutal, excessive. The boar dies, finally, mercifully. Septis stays crouched over it, breathing hard. His heart light blazes orange gold now, brighter than I've ever seen it. "Septis." He looks up at me. For a moment, just a moment, I don't recognize the glow in his heart light. My Septis. But different somehow, but changing. That was... He trails off, looking down at the ruined boar. That was more than I needed. I know. But it felt... He stops himself. Good. I finish quietly. His silence is answer enough. He stands slowly, his claws dripping blood. The mess around him is excessive. This wasn't about feeding, this was about something else. "We should go back," I say. "No. We need to finish the patrol." "Septis, I said we need to finish." His voice is sharp, hard, not the careful tone he's always used with me. I flinch, can't help it. He sees it. His heart light flickers back toward blue for a moment. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean... I'm sorry." "It's all right." It's not. He looks at his bloody claws. Something's wrong with me. Then let's go back, rest, figure this out. He nods slowly. Yes, all right. We walk back to the den in silence. He doesn't move ahead this time, stays beside me, but I can feel the tension radiating off him, the restlessness, like standing still costs him something. Back at the den, I try to get him to talk. He sits in the space, surrounded by decades of collected offerings. His heart light has dimmed back to steady orange, not quite red, not quite blue, somewhere in between. I settle beside him, my hand on his arm. Tell me what's happening. I don't know. Yes, you do, or you suspect. I can feel it through the bond. You know something. He's quiet for a long time. Then, that night, the scent, it made the hunger feel different. Different how? Good. The word comes out almost ashamed. The hunger didn't hurt. It felt pleasurable, powerful, like I was supposed to feel it, like it was right. My stomach tightens. And you want to feel that again? Yes. The admission hangs between us, heavy, undeniable. Septis, that can't be... I know. He cuts me off. I know it can't be good. I know something's wrong, but Gala... His heart light blazes brighter. For just those few moments, I wasn't fighting myself, wasn't denying what I am. I was just... me. Complete, whole. You are whole. With me. With us. Am I? He looks at where his hands rest on his skeletal knees. Or have I been lying to myself for decades, pretending I can be something other than a predator by accepting offerings and keeping distance? You're not just a predator. What if I am? His voice is quiet, dangerous. What if the careful control, the ritual system, the restraint, what if that was the lie? And this... He gestures at himself, at his orange heart light. What if this is the truth I've been denying? Night falls, and Septis can't settle. He tries. Lies in the nest with me, his arms around me, his heart light dimmed to blue. But every few minutes he shifts, adjusts position. His claws flex unconsciously. You're restless, I murmur. I know. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, just talk to me. Tell me what you're feeling. Silence. Then, anticipation. For what? The scent. I'm waiting for it to come back. My chest tightens. And if it does? I don't know. Part of me wants to resist it, wants to prove I'm stronger than this. His heart light flickers orange for a moment before he forces it back to blue. But another part wants to embrace it. Yes. I tighten my arms around him. Then we'll resist it together. When it comes back, if it comes back, you'll focus on me. On us. On the bond. Not on whatever that scent promises. I'll try. Promise me. I promise. The words should comfort me, but they feel hollow. Like he's making a promise he's not sure he can keep. I settle against his chest, listening to his heart-light pulse. Blue now, mostly blue. But at the edges, I see orange creeping back in. He thinks I've fallen asleep. I can tell by the way his arms loosen slightly, the way his frame relaxes incrementally. But I'm awake, watching. And after maybe an hour, he carefully extracts himself from the nest, moves to the den entrance, pushes aside the vines and stands there, staring into the darkness. Waiting. His heart light pulses orange-red in the darkness, painting shadows across the stone walls. I watch him from the nest, my heart in my throat. This morning I thought I could save him from whatever this is. Thought my love would be enough. Thought the bond we forged would anchor him when the corruption tried to pull him away. Now, watching him stand vigil at the entrance, waiting for something dark to call to him again, I'm not so certain. Whatever happened last night was just the beginning. Something is spreading through the Wyra consciousness. Something that promises power and pleasure and an end to decades of self-denial. And Septis, my careful, controlled Septis, wants it. Maybe needs it. The thought terrifies me more than anything else that's happened since I chose him, because I can fight his family, can learn to hunt and survive in the forest, can even accept the violence inherent in his nature. But how do I fight something that's inside him? Something that speaks to parts of him I don't understand? Something that makes him feel whole in ways I apparently can't? I really don't have an answer. So I lie in the nest and watch him wait, his heart light burning orange-red in the darkness, and wonder if I'm strong enough for what's coming. Wonder if love is enough. Wonder if I've made a terrible mistake. But even as the doubt settles in my chest, I know the truth. I'm not leaving him. Not now. Not ever. Even if he's changing into something I don't recognize. Even if this ends badly. Even if I'm walking into darkness with my eyes open. I chose him. And I meant it. For better or worse, whatever comes next. Outside, the forest breathes. The moons arc overhead. And somewhere in the distance, something is spreading through the Wyra consciousness like poison dressed up as truth. And my Septis, standing alone at the den entrance, is listening. I try to sleep, but the fear won't let me. Everything is changing, and I'm not sure I can stop it.
Chapter 18. Septis. I stand at the mouth of the den as dawn breaks, one clawed hand braced against stone that's still warm from yesterday's heat. I've been here all night, watching the forest, waiting for something I can't name. My heart light pulses erratic gold-red patterns across the clearing. I should dim it, should pull the blue back to the surface like I used to. But the effort feels impossible, like trying to hold back a flood with my bare hands. Behind me, I hear Gala stirring. The soft rustle of her wings, the quiet intake of breath that means she's waking. Part of me wants to turn, to go to her, to press my skull against hers and feel that connection we've always had. The larger part wants to run. Septis? Her voice is sleep-rough, tentative. Have you been standing there all night? Couldn't sleep. My voice comes out harsher than I intend. I don't look back. She moves closer. I feel her presence at my shoulder, warm and concerned and suffocating. You need to rest. You've barely slept in days. I'm fine. You're not. Her hand touches my arm, gentle. The contact makes my bones itch. Talk to me, please. I finally turn to face her. Her heart light glows soft blue, steady and trusting. It used to calm me. Now it just makes the gold red in my own chest burn hotter, like her serenity is an accusation. I need to patrol, I say, alone. The hurt that flashes across her face is immediate. Why alone? I'll come with you. We always... Not today. The words snap out sharper than I mean them to. I need space, Gala. I need to move. She steps back, wings folding tight against her spine in that way she does when she's trying not to cry. Space from what? From me? Yes. The thought comes unbidden, and I hate myself for it. From everything. I just need to clear my head. I'll be back before dark, I say, already moving toward the forest. Already lying. I promise. Septis! But I'm running. The compulsion to move, to act, to hunt is so overwhelming that staying still feels like suffocation. I hear her call my name once more, fainter now, and I don't look back. The lie tastes like ash in my mouth. The need to move is stronger than guilt. I run through the forest faster than necessary, my claws tearing up earth with each stride. The hunger coils in my gut like a living thing, sharp and focused in a way it's never been before. I'm not hunting for food. I'm searching. For what, I don't know. But my instincts drive me north, always north, following something I can't see or name. The morning sun filters through the canopy in shafts of gold that catch on my bones, and everything feels too bright, too sharp, too real. I catch the scent of day before I see it. Young buck, maybe 2 seasons old. Under normal circumstances, I'd approach carefully, conserve energy, make the kill clean and efficient. I don't approach carefully. I explode from the underbrush with a snarl that's more rage than hunger. The day bolts, but I'm faster, driven by something beyond the need to feed. I bring it down hard, my claws sinking deep into its flank as we crash to the forest floor. It screams. I barely hear it over the roaring in my skull. My jaws find its throat, and I tear, not for the meat, but for what lies beneath. The essence floods into me like lightning, hot and pure and intoxicating. My heart light glows gold red so bright, it throws shadows across the trees. For those few perfect moments, I feel right, powerful, whole. The world sharpens to crystalline clarity. Every leaf, every sound, every particle of scent becomes hyper-real. This is what I'm supposed to be. Not Gala's gentle mate who hunts with restraint and feels guilty for the violence inherent in survival. Then the high fades. I'm left standing over a mangled corpse, my claws dripping crimson, gore splattered across my chest. The day's eyes are already glazing, its final essence still humming through my bones. What's happening to me? The question echoes hollow in my skull. But even as I ask it, I know I don't really want the answer. Because admitting what I'm becoming means admitting that I like it. I leave the day where it lies, half-eaten, wasteful, wrong. I don't care. I keep running. The ridge boundary marks the edge of my territory, a line I've respected for years without question. Beyond it lies unclaimed forest, then eventually the territories of other Wera I've only sensed through the echo. Something pulls me to stop here. I stand at the ridge's edge, looking north across valleys thick with ancient trees. The wind carries scents of pine and stone and something else, something that makes my chest pulse faster. Through the echo I sense presence. Another Wera. Not close, but not impossibly distant either. Male, powerful. And from that direction comes a faint whisper. Not words exactly, but understanding. The same thing I felt during that sweet scent. Recognition that I'm not alone in this, that others are feeling what I'm feeling. The thought should disturb me, should send me running back to Gala, back to the safety of what I've always known. Instead, it's a relief so profound it nearly buckles my legs. I'm not broken. I'm not wrong. I'm just changing. And somewhere out there, others are changing too. I don't know how long I stand there, drinking in that distant presence through the echo. It feels like a connection without the suffocation, understanding without the need for words. The Wera to the north doesn't know I'm here, doesn't know I can sense them, but their existence alone is enough. I'm not alone. When I finally turn back south, the sun is already past its peak. I've been gone for hours. I told Gala I'd be back before dark. Another lie. I run anyway, slower this time, my thoughts churning. What do I tell her? How do I explain that being near her right now feels like drowning? That her love, which used to anchor me, now feels like chains? The Soli starts descending as I approach the den. Gala is waiting at the entrance, her silhouette sharp against the dying light. Even from a distance, I can see the tension in her spine, the worry in the set of her wings. You said before dark. Her voice is steady, but I hear the tremor beneath it. It's almost sunset. I know. I'm sorry. The apology is automatic, hollow. She searches my face, or what passes for a face in the planes of my skull. Where were you? Patrolling. Hunting. Not quite lies. I needed to clear my head. Did it work? There's hope in her voice, desperate and fragile. Yeah. The lie comes easier now. I feel better. She steps closer, her hand reaching for mine. I let her take it even though the contact makes my bones crawl with the need to pull away. Her heart light pulses gentle blue against my erratic gold red. "I worry about you," she says softly. "You've been so different lately. Distant." "I'm fine, Gala. Really." I pull her closer because that's what she needs. Press my skull against hers in the gesture we've shared 1,000 times. I force my heart light to steady, to pulse blue gold instead of the red gold that feels more natural now. I lie with my whole body. "Come inside," she murmurs. "You must be exhausted." I am, but not in the way she thinks. We settle into the den as darkness claims the forest. Gala curls against me, her breathing gradually slowing as she drifts toward sleep. I hold her because she needs to be held, stroke her wings because the familiar rhythm soothes her. But I stare at the den ceiling, wide awake. The presence I felt to the north lingers in my mind like an echo. Another Wyra, changing the way I'm changing, feeling what I'm feeling. And somewhere even further north, I sense others. Not many, but enough. Enough to know this isn't just me. Whatever is calling to me is getting stronger, clearer. Every day the whisper through the echo grows more distinct, more urgent. Every day the golden red in my chest burns brighter and the blue fades further. Every day I become less of what I was and more of what I'm becoming. Gala shifts in her sleep, making a small sound of contentment as she presses closer. She still trusts me, still believes I'm the Wera she fell in love with. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. The only certainty is this. Something is pulling me north, toward that presence, toward others like me. And I'm not sure I want to resist it anymore. I'm not sure I can.
Chapter 19. Gala. He didn't wait, didn't even pretend this time. The pattern is unmistakable now. Each day he leaves earlier, stays gone longer, returns more distant than before. I tell myself he's stressed, that he needs space to work through whatever he's feeling, that it's temporary, a phase that will pass once he adjusts to the changes in his hunger. But I remember how he held me last night, going through the motions. His heart light forced to steady blue when the gold red kept trying to surface. The way his body was present, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. He was performing affection, not feeling it. I hear him before I see him. The heavy tread of claws on stone. The laboured breathing of something massive that's been running for hours. He appears in the den entrance backlit by twilight, his skeletal form sharp and angular against the dying light. His heart light pulses erratic gold red in the cage of his ribs. He doesn't even try to hide it anymore. "You're back," I say, trying to keep my voice light, welcoming. I was starting to worry. "I'm fine." He moves into the den, barely glancing at the herbs I arranged, the space I cleaned, the food I prepared. His attention is elsewhere, inward, or perhaps north toward whatever keeps pulling him away. "I hunted today," I offer, gesturing to the cooked suru. "It's not much, but I thought we could eat together, like we used to." "I already fed." His tone is distracted, automatic. Of course he did. On essence, not meat. The suru I spent hours catching and preparing is meaningless to him. Silence stretches between us like a chasm. I watch him settle near the den wall, not in our usual sleeping space, not close enough to touch. I have to do something, say something, reach him somehow. "Septis." I stand, my legs unsteady. "Talk to me. Please. Tell me what's happening." "Nothing's happening." "Don't lie to me." The words come out sharper than I intend. "You're barely here anymore. Even when you're physically present, you're somewhere else. I can feel you pulling away and I don't understand why." He finally looks at me, really looks at me. His skull tilts in that way that used to feel intimate and now just feels assessing, like I'm prey. "I'm not pulling away. You are." I close the distance between us, reaching for his hand, his massive clawed hand that could crush my skull without effort. His bones are warm under my touch, real, present. But the connection feels thin, like I'm holding on to him through water. Every day, a little more, and I don't know how to stop it. Something shifts in his posture. His heart light flickers a brighter gold red, and for a moment I think I've reached him. That the wearer I love is still in there, listening. Then he pulls me against him, not gently. His mouth, fleshless, sharp, finds mine with an urgency that steals my breath. There's hunger in it, but not the kind I'm used to. Not tenderness or affection or the slow build of desire we've always shared. This is different. Raw, almost aggressive. Septis. I start to pull back, confused and a little frightened by the gold-red blaze of his heartlight, the way his claws press into my hips. You wanted me present, he growls, his voice resonating in his chest cavity. I'm here. I'm present. There's something in the hollow sockets where his eyes should normally be. Hunger, yes, but cold hunger. Hunger without love behind it. I should stop this. Should push him away and demand we actually talk instead of using intimacy as a substitute for communication. But part of me is desperate enough to take whatever connection he'll offer. Even this. Even wrong. I kiss him back, rising on my toes to reach him, my human hands finding purchase on his skeletal frame. His kiss isn't a request anymore. It's a claim.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. He stands over me, heartlight pulsing that sick gold red, claws flexing like he's still deciding whether to finish what he started. I look up at him through the mess of my hair and whisper the only truth I have left. I'm still yours. For a second, something flickers in the hollow of his sockets. Regret, maybe, or recognition. But it's gone before I can name it. He turns away without a word, settles on the far side of the den, and closes himself off. I curl into the ruined furs alone, body singing with pain and aftershocks, heart cracked wide open. He pulls away, his breathing already evening out like he's going to sleep. No soft words, no gentle touches, no reassurance that we're still us, still whole, still bonded, just distance. I lie there in the darkness, my body aching in ways that aren't entirely pleasant, my heart empty. The den smells like herbs and sweat, and something bitter I can't name. That wasn't love-making. That was something else. Taking without giving, using without connecting. That wasn't my septis. The question I was going to ask, do you still love me, dies in my throat. I already know the answer. His heart light has faded to dull amber now, pulsing slow and distant in his ribcage. In the darkness I can barely see his skeletal form, but I feel the gulf between us widening with each breath. I'm human, mortal, fragile, limited. Outside, the night wind carries sounds from the forest. Somewhere to the north, something wicked calls. A sound like keening, like hunger, like recognition. Septis twitches in his sleep, reaching toward it.
Chapter 20. Septis. I wake before dawn with Gala's warmth pressed against my side. I feel nothing. Not affection. Not comfort. Not even the mild contentment of companionship I used to feel waking beside her. Just the burning need to leave. I extract myself carefully from the tangle of furs in her sleeping form, Not out of consideration. I'm past that now, but out of habit. Muscle memory of gentleness I no longer feel, but my body still remembers how to perform. She shifts in her sleep, murmuring something I don't try to understand. Her hand reaches out, searching for me, even unconscious, finding only empty space. I stand at the den entrance and glance back. She looks small, fragile, human in a way that feels alien to me now. Her dark hair spills across the furs, her chest rising and falling with mortal breath, vulnerable in every possible way. I try to summon guilt, affection, regret for what I'm losing. There's only hollow recognition that she's becoming an obstacle. The thought should horrify me. It doesn't. My heart light pulses dim gold crimson in my chest. No blue trying to surface. No conflict. Just the steady burn of what I'm becoming without the inconvenience of what I was. I leave without looking back. The pre-dawn air tastes like freedom. I don't hunt for sustenance. I hunt for the rush. The day breaks from the underbrush and I'm on it before conscious thought, all instinct and violence and the sweet anticipation of essence flooding my system. I bring it down hard, sharp claws sinking deep into its flank, my jaws finding its throat. Not clean. Not merciful. Brutal. The essence explodes into me like lightning, and my heart light blazes pure gold red. No blue, no conflict, no remnant of the wearer who used to apologize to his kills. Just raw power and clarity so sharp it cuts. This is what I am. This is what I'm meant to be. The day's body convulses beneath me as I drain it, pulling every drop of essence until there's nothing left but empty meat and cooling blood. I don't stop when satiation comes. I keep feeding, keep pulling, keep chasing that feeling. When I finally release the corpse, I'm shaking. Not from exertion, from euphoria. My heart light throws gold-red shadows across the trees, pulsing fast and hungry despite the kill. The hunger hasn't diminished. It's transformed, become something that feeding only sharpens rather than sates. Through the echo, I feel other Wyra stirring in the morning. Distant presences waking, hunting, existing in their territories scattered across Protheka. But one presence stands out. North. Male. Powerful. Radiating the same gold-red clarity I feel burning in my chest. The pull is stronger than it was yesterday. Stronger than it was an hour ago. Like gravity. Like inevitability. Like recognition that I'm not alone in this transformation. I don't turn south toward the den. I move north, just a little, testing the boundaries of what used to be my territory, what used to matter to me. The forest opens before me and I run, not hunting now, seeking. Every stride takes me further from Gala, further from the life I've known, closer to whatever waits in the north. I should stop, should turn back, should honor the bond I made with her years ago when I was a different Wera entirely. I don't stop. I run faster. Midday sun filters through the canopy when I finally halt, breathing hard not from exertion, but from the intensity of what I'm feeling through the echo. I'm standing at a new vantage point, further north than I've ever been. The ridge drops away before me, revealing valleys thick with ancient forests stretching toward distant mountains. Somewhere out there, not close but not impossibly distant, the strong waits. I squeeze my eyes shut and reach through the echo, following that gold-red thread of presence. Male. Definitely male. Massive, judging by the weight of his consciousness, and radiating such absolute certainty, such clarity of purpose, that it makes my own transformation feel tentative by comparison. This Wyra isn't questioning what he is. He's celebrating it. The recognition floods through me like essence, like validation, like coming home after years of exile. But there's something else. A second presence, fainter but distinct. Human, female, but changed. Marked in a way that resonates differently than normal human consciousness. The scent carries on the wind, faint but unmistakable. Human sweat and blood and something darker. Something that speaks of willing corruption, of humanity twisted into new shapes without breaking. My heart light pulses faster. This is what I've been moving toward. Awira and his human, evolving together into something new. The pull is irresistible now. Not just curiosity or fellowship. Destiny. I stand on that ridge for longer than I should, drinking in the distant presences through the echo, letting their existence validate mine, letting their certainty erode the last remnants of my doubt. When I finally turn south toward the den, the Solis is already descending. I'm hours late. I don't care. Gala is waiting at the den entrance when I arrive. The Solis sits fat and orange on the horizon, throwing long shadows across the clearing. She's been waiting for hours, probably, watching for my return, hoping I'd come back before dark like I used to. Like I promised I would. I see the hope dying in her eyes as I approach, but underneath it, something else is forming. Something harder. Calculation. "You're back," she says quietly. Not relieved, not angry, just stating fact. I'm back. She doesn't ask where I've been, doesn't demand explanations or apologies, just watches me with those dark human eyes that used to read me so easily. I settle near the den entrance, not moving toward our sleeping space, keeping distance. She's quiet for a long moment. Then, "You're changing." It's not a question. "Yes, I can see it. The way your heart light doesn't pulse blue anymore. The way you look at me like..." She trails off, swallows hard. "Like I'm in your way." I should deny it, should reassure her that she's wrong, that I still love her, that we can work through this. I say nothing. She steps closer but doesn't touch me. "I've been thinking about us, about what happens now. Gala. I can't go back." Her voice is steady despite the tremor underneath. "To my family, I mean. They wouldn't take me back. Not after years living like this, living with you. I chose this life and it closed every other door behind me. I hadn't thought about that. About where she'd go if I left. What she'd do. It hadn't occurred to me to think about it. I only have you, Septus." She meets my gaze, unflinching. "So if you're changing, if you're becoming something different, I'll change too. I'll become whatever you need me to be." The desperation underneath her words is obvious, but there's also cold pragmatism there, survival instinct kicking in. She's adapting, evolving, trying to become whatever will let her stay beside me. It won't work. She's human, limited, incapable of the transformation burning through my bones. Whatever I'm becoming, she can't follow. But I don't tell her that. I study her instead. This woman who left everything for me, who learned to hunt and survive in the wilderness because loving Awira meant embracing a life no human was built for. She's stronger than I give her credit for, just not strong enough for this. "Okay," I say finally. Non-committal. Neither promise nor rejection. Relief flashes across her face, so brief I almost miss it. She moves to sit beside me, not touching but close, trying to bridge the distance without forcing contact I don't want. "Tell me what you need," she says quietly. "Tell me who you need me to be." I don't have a single answer for that. I don't think there is an answer. She's grasping at straws, trying to save something already broken beyond repair. But watching her try, watching her survival instincts override her heartbreak, something in me acknowledges her effort. She won't give up easily, even when she should. "I need time," I say, which is a lie. What I need is distance, space, freedom to move north toward what's calling me without her weight holding me back. But she nods like I've given her something to work with. "Time. Okay. I can give you time." She settles against the den wall, pulling her knees to her chest, watching me with those calculating eyes, already planning her next move, her next adaptation. I turn away, settling in the corner while my heart light fades to dim gold. She's trying to evolve alongside me, trying to become whatever will let her survive this. It won't be enough, but I admire the attempt. The den falls quiet except for her breathing, too fast, uneven. She's fighting tears, losing. I hear the soft sound of her crying and feel nothing. No urge to comfort. No instinct to hold her. No guilt. Just the steady burn of gold red in my chest and the knowledge that tomorrow I'll go further north. Tomorrow I might not come back at all. I don't tell her this. I just close my eyes and pretend to sleep while she cries quietly in the darkness. Already gone. She knows it. I know it. We're both just pretending otherwise.
Chapter 21. Gala. The Suru's eyes go glassy and I don't look away. I'm crouched beside my snare near the creek, watching the exact moment life becomes meat. The small body has stopped thrashing. The panic has drained out of those black eyes like water through my fingers. It made me sick the first time I did this. Yesterday morning, testing myself, seeing how long I could watch before my stomach turned and I had to finish it quickly. Today I lasted longer. My hands are steady as I reach for my bone knife, blood under my nails from checking the snare, thin red lines where the grass cut into fur and flesh. I should feel something. Horror, maybe. Guilt. The kind of revulsion civilized people feel when they're confronted with death's mechanics. I feel nothing except cold calculation. If this is what Septis is becoming, if violence and death and the taking of life is what makes his heartlight blaze gold red, then I need to understand it, need to learn how to access whatever darkness he's found, or at least learn to fake it convincingly. The knife moves through familiar motions. Gut, clean, efficient. Blood slicks my hands, warm and sticky in the morning air. I study the feeling, the texture, the scent of copper and earth, trying to understand what calls to him about this. What makes killing more than necessity? What transforms violence into satisfaction? I don't understand it yet. But I will. I have to. I don't wash my hands before gathering my snares. I want to feel the blood drying on my skin, want to carry this evidence of what I'm willing to become, willing to learn. I head back toward the den, with the Suru slung over my shoulder and something harder forming in my chest where hope used to live. I smell the blood before I see it. Fresh. Recent. Not from my Suru, but something larger. Day, maybe, judging by the amount splashed across the clearing. Septis came back while I was gone. I stand at the den entrance reading the signs. Disturbed earth where his claws tore up the ground. Crimson spatters near the stone. But no sign of him now. No massive skeletal form waiting inside. He didn't stay, didn't wait for me. The message is clear. He came back to the den because it's familiar territory, maybe to drop off a kill or simply out of habit. But not for me. Not to see me. I could have been here and it wouldn't have mattered. I sit down slowly just inside the den entrance, the Suru forgotten beside me. Let that rejection settle in my bones. Let it become weight instead of wound. I stand and move deeper into the den, looking at our space with new eyes. The herbs I arranged days ago are already wilting, their sweet scent cloying. The cooked Suru from 2 nights ago sits rotting by the cold fire pit. I'm trying to hold on to a life that's already dead. Time to let it rot. I sweep the wilted herbs outside, throw the spoiled meat into the forest for scavengers, clear away the soft domesticity I've been clinging to like a talisman against change. When I'm done, the den looks bare, functional. Just furs and stone and the bones of previous kills scattered in corners. It looks like a predator's den, not a home. Better. I sit down and start thinking strategically, watching for patterns in his behaviour, when he leaves, when he returns, what direction he goes, what makes his heart-like pulse gold red versus amber versus the blue he used to show me, looking for ways to align myself with his transformation instead of resisting it. It's manipulation born of desperation. But it's all I have left, and I've always been good at reading people, at becoming what they need. It's how I survived my father's temper, my mother's disappointment, the judgment of neighbours who thought I was strange. I can do this. I can become what Septis needs, even if I have to fake it until the faking becomes real. The fire crackles as I turn the suru over on its spit, fat dripping into the flames. I hear Septis approach before I see him, heavy footfalls, laboured breathing, the sound of something massive that's been running for hours. The solis has already set, darkness claiming the forest. He pauses at the den entrance. His skull tilts as he takes in the changed space. The absence of herbs and soft touches. The bare functionality. His heart like pulses dim gold, wary. "You're back," I say calmly. Not a question, not a plea, just fact. "I'm back." He moves inside cautiously, like he's expecting an ambush, expecting tears or accusations or desperate grasping. I don't give him any of that. I turn the suru, watching fat drip into flames. I understand now. Understand what? What you tried to tell me. I look up at him, meeting the sockets where eyes should be. My voice is steady. That you're changing. That I was trying to hold on to something that doesn't exist anymore. His heart light pulses faster, interested despite himself. I was trying to keep you tethered to who you were, I continue, keeping my tone neutral. Matter of fact. Asking you to be something you're not anymore. It wasn't fair. He settles slowly near the den wall, not close, but not keeping maximum distance either. Watching me. "I'm ready to let go," I say. The lie tastes bitter, but I deliver it with conviction. Of who I was, of who we were. I can't keep living in the past while you're becoming something new. It's a performance. I'm terrified and heartbroken and grasping at straws. But I've had all day to practice this calm acceptance in my head, to build the mask I need to wear. "You're letting go," he says slowly, like he's testing the words for traps. "Yes." I pull the suru from the fire, the meat perfectly cooked, even though he won't eat it. A demonstration of competence without the weight of domesticity. "I can't follow where you're going by holding on to what's dead, so I'm letting it die." Silence stretches between us. His heart light flares even brighter gold, and for the very first time in weeks he actually looks at me. Really looks. Not with the cold assessment of prey or obstacle. With consideration. I've surprised him. Good. "What does that mean?" he asks. "Letting go?" I meet his gaze steadily. "It means I stop trying to make you something you're not. Stop begging you to stay when you need to go. Stop clinging to a version of us that's already dead." "And what do you do instead?" I take a bite of the suru, the meat hot and savoury on my tongue. Let him see me eating without offering him any. Sustaining myself without depending on his provision or approval. "I survive," I say simply, "like I always have." His skull tilts considering. The gold light in his chest pulses steady now, no longer wary, almost intrigued. "You've changed," he observes. "So have you." I set the suru aside, wiping my hands on my leggings. The bloodstains under my nails catch the firelight. Maybe we're both becoming something different. It's not true. Not yet. I'm still terrified and desperate and playing a role I barely understand. But I deliver it with enough conviction that he doesn't see the cracks. For the first time, he doesn't immediately move to the far corner. Doesn't position himself for maximum distance. He stays near the centre of the den, close enough to talk. Close enough to watch me with something other than dismissal. I've planted a seed. Whether it will grow or not, I don't know. But it's the only card I have left to play. We sit in silence as darkness deepens in the den. His heart light pulses gold, casting shifting shadows across stone walls. I don't reach for him. Don't ask him to hold me. Don't try to bridge the distance between us. I just exist in his space without demanding anything from him. And at last, he doesn't leave. He settles against the den wall. Not in our old sleeping space, but not in the far corner either. Somewhere in between. Progress. Maybe. I curl up in the furs alone, my back to him, and close my eyes. The performance exhausted me. The lies sit heavy in my chest. I want to cry, but I can't. Can't let him see the mask slip. Not yet. Not until I figure out if this is working. Behind me I hear him shift, feel his gaze on my back. He's watching me, assessing, trying to understand this change. Good. Let him wonder. Let him think I'm evolving alongside him instead of drowning in desperation. I am terrified. I am heartbroken. I am grasping at straws. But I'm also a survivor, and survivors do what they must. Even if it means becoming something they don't recognize. Even if it means lying so convincingly, they start to believe their own lies. I lie in the darkness and feel Septis watching me and think, I can do this. I can become what he needs. I have to, because there's nothing else left.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 22. Septis. I'm running north, and this time I know it's deliberate. Not patrolling, not hunting for food, seeking. The forest blurs past me, ancient trees and morning mist, and the scent of prey I ignore. My claws tear up earth with each stride, driving me forward with purpose I've stopped questioning. The pull through the echo is undeniable now. I can sense him, the other Waira, the strong. That's how I think of him, though I don't know his name, have never seen him, have no knowledge of him beyond what bleeds through the shared consciousness that connects all Waira across Protheka. But strong feels right. His presence radiates through the echo like heat from the solis, overwhelming, certain, powerful in ways that make my own transformation feel tentative by comparison. No conflict in him, no doubt. No remnants of what he used to be warring with what he's becoming. Just pure conviction. I stop on a ridge, breathing hard not from exertion, but from the intensity of what I'm feeling. My heartlight blazes golden red, throwing harsh shadows across the trees. North. He's to the north. Not close enough to see, but close enough to sense clearly now. Close enough to reach if I just kept running. The thought crystallizes into certainty. I'm going to leave Gala. Not someday. Soon. Maybe today. The realization should bring guilt. Should make my heartlight flicker blue with regret or hesitation or some echo of the love I used to feel. It doesn't. Just clarity. Relief. The satisfying click of a decision finally acknowledged. My body's been making this choice for days while my mind caught up. Every stride north. Every hour spent away from the den. Every moment of nothing I felt when she touched me. I've already left. I just haven't told her yet. I stand on that ridge looking north toward the strong and south toward Gala, and feel absolutely certain which direction I'm going to choose. The guilt I'm supposed to feel is absent. The love I'm supposed to honor is gone. There's only the burning need to move forward, to embrace what I'm becoming instead of clinging to what I was. I turn north and keep running. The day breaks from cover and I'm on it before thought, all instinct and hunger and perfect violence, not for sustenance. I fed yesterday. My hunger is sated in the traditional sense, but I need to test myself, need to see how far the transformation has gone. I bring the day down hard, claws sinking deep into its flank. My jaws find its throat and tear, not clean or merciful, but brutal. Excessive. Right. My heartlight blazes pure gold red throughout the kill. I watch for blue trying to surface, some flicker of the Wyra who used to apologize to his prey, who made kills quick out of respect for the life being taken. Nothing. Just gold red burning bright and steady. The day's essence floods into me like lightning, and the high is immediate. Perfect. Crystalline clarity that sharpens every sense, every thought, every particle of awareness. This is what I am now. Not the Wyra who loved Gala and built a gentle life in the forest. Not the male who valued peace and connection and the soft blue glow of contentment. This. Predator. Hunter. Violence made flesh and bone. And I don't want to go back. Don't want to be saved or redeemed or pulled back from whatever edge I'm walking toward. I want to embrace it fully. I release the day's corpse and stand over it, my claws dripping crimson. The forest seems sharper somehow, more real, like I'm finally seeing it clearly after years of looking through fog. Through the echo, I feel the strong to the north, sense his consciousness like a beacon. He's already where I'm going, already fully transformed into whatever I'm becoming. I want that certainty, that power, that absolute conviction radiating through him like heat. I want to stop fighting and start becoming. I leave the day half-eaten and run north, not toward the den, toward him, toward whatever waits in that direction. The midday solace burns overhead when I cross into what might be his outer territory. I know it's a risk. Wyra respect boundaries. Entering another's territory uninvited is aggression, a challenge that could turn violent fast. But I'm not here to challenge. I'm here to seek. I stop at what feels like a natural boundary, a ridgeline where the scent markers change subtly, where the echo shifts in tone. His presence is overwhelming here. Through the shared consciousness, I sense him more clearly than ever before. The strong. His consciousness is absolute. Arrogant in the best way. Not blind pride, but earned certainty. He knows what he is. Knows what he's becoming. No conflict. No doubt. No gentle blue trying to surface in his heart light. Just pure gold-red conviction. And underneath that certainty, I sense something else. Not another Wyra. The presence is different. Smaller. Human, maybe, but changed. Marked. Transformed in ways I don't fully understand yet. The recognition makes my heart light pulse faster. This is what I've been seeking. Proof that the transformation works. That it leads somewhere instead of just burning through me with no destination. That others are experiencing what I'm experiencing and thriving in it. I stand at the boundary, my claws digging into earth, my whole body vibrating with the need to cross. Knowing if I do, there's no going back to Gala. No returning to the den and pretending I can be what she needs. No more performance of affection I don't feel. Crossing this boundary means choosing. Fully. Finally. I stare north into territory that isn't mine, toward a Wyra I've never met, pulled by forces I don't entirely understand. And I want to cross so badly my bones ache with it. But not yet. Not until I've ended things properly with Gala. She deserves that much. Even if I don't feel the guilt I should, even if the love is gone, she deserves a clean ending instead of waking one morning to find me simply gone. I turn south with effort that feels physical, like fighting gravity. Tomorrow. I'll cross tomorrow, after I've done what needs to be done. Late afternoon light slants through the trees as I run south, but I'm not running away from the strong. I'm running toward the inevitable conclusion. I've made my decision. Now I just need to execute it. I'll return to the den one more time. Not to reconcile or explain or try to salvage what's broken beyond repair. To end it cleanly. Her death will be quick and I will travel toward the strong. I think about her attempt last night. That calm acceptance, the strategic shift in her approach, the way she stopped clinging and started adapting. It was smart. If I was capable of loving her anymore, I might have been impressed enough to try. To see if we could evolve together the way the strong and his marked human seem to have done. But I'm not capable. That part of me is gone. Not buried or suppressed or waiting to resurface. Gone. Burned away like morning mist under the solis. I can't love her. I can barely remember how it felt when I did. The den comes into view as the Solus begins its descent. I see smoke from her fire, the familiar entrance, the clearing where we've lived together for years. It looks like a stranger's territory now, like somewhere I used to know but have outgrown. I slow to a walk, my heart light pulsing steady gold red. No blue, no conflict, just certainty about what I need to do. She's inside. I can smell her. Human sweat and cooked meat and the faint scent of blood from whatever she killed today. I'm already rehearsing what I'll say. Already planning my departure north. Tomorrow, no more delays. No more pretending I'm something I'm not. I step into the den and find her waiting by the fire, and the words are already forming in my throat. But something in her expression makes me pause. She's not crying, not desperate, not clinging. She's watching me with those dark human eyes that have always read me too well. And she's waiting, like she already knows what I'm about to say, like she's been preparing for this moment just as long as I have. My heart light pulses once, uncertain, then steadies, gold red, unwavering. It doesn't matter if she knows. It doesn't change what needs to happen. Tomorrow I leave. Tonight I end it. Clean. Final. Done.
Chapter 23. Gala. The air in the den shifts before he even enters. It's not just the sound of heavy footfalls, it's the smell. Copper. Salt. The wet, heavy stench of a slaughterhouse. I am turning the suru around on the spit, but my hands freeze. Septis has returned from hunts covered in blood before. The dark, gamey blood of boar or day. This smells sweet. It smells sharp. It smells like people. He blocks the entrance, silhouetted against the dying light. He hasn't washed. His chest, his claws, his skeletal muzzle, they are painted in drying crimson. It's caked into the ridges of his bone armour. He doesn't look at me. He walks past the fire, past the food I prepared, and stands at the back of the den. The heart light in his chest isn't blue. It isn't even the uncertain gold red of the last few days. It is a steady, terrible furnace of dark gold, pulsing with a rhythm that feels violent. "You're back," I say. My voice sounds thin in the heavy air. I am. His voice is a grind of tectonic plates. But I am not staying. I stand slowly, wiping my hands on my leggings, though I feel dirty just breathing the air he's brought in. "Where did you go, Septis?" He turns. The hollow sockets of his eyes fix on me. There is no affection there. No recognition of the woman who has shared his bed for years. Just a predator assessing a creature that is no longer useful. "To a stream," he says. "There was a boy and a girl. They were laughing." My stomach drops. I know what comes next. I can smell it on him. And I tore them apart. He lifts a hand, examining the dried gore on his claws. "I didn't do it for food. I did it because they were happy. I did it to see if I could feel anything other than the urge to end them." He steps closer, towering over me. I felt perfect. The horror hits me, but it's distant, muffled by a sudden, terrifying clarity. He is testing me. He is showing me the monster to scare me away. He expects me to scream, to run, to act like the human woman I was yesterday. If I run, I die. Or worse, I am left behind to rot in this forest alone. Why are you telling me this? I ask, keeping my ground. So you understand why I am leaving, he snarls. You are human. You are soft. You belong to a world of laughing children and safety. I have broken that world. I am going north, to the strong. I am done with pets. Pets. The word strikes me harder than the confession of murder. I am not a pet. Then what are you? He looms over me, the heat from his chest radiating against my face. You are meat that talks. You are a tether to a weakness I have cut out. Go back to your caravan, Gala. Go back to your family. Before I decide you look like the girl in the stream. He turns his back on me, dismissing us. Panic flares, white-hot and desperate. He is really doing it. He is discarding me because I am too clean, because I am too human. I look at the knife on my belt. I look at the blood crusted on his spine. I don't think. I just react. No. He pauses but doesn't turn. Do not argue with me. I'm not arguing. I draw the bone knife. The sound of the blade rasping against the sheath is loud in the quiet den. I'm proving you wrong. He turns then, slowly, expecting a threat. I hold his gaze. I take the blade and press it into the palm of my left hand. I don't slice quickly. I push. I drag. I flay the skin open until the pain is a blinding spike and the blood wells up, hot and dark. Gala. You think I'm soft? I step toward him, hand outstretched, blood dripping onto the stone floor. You think I care about those people at the stream? They were weak. They died because they were weak. It's a lie, or maybe it isn't. I don't know anymore. I only know that I need to be whatever he needs me to be. I reach out and grab his blood-caked hand with my bleeding one. I squeeze. My fresh blood mixes with the dried blood of his victims. A pact sealed in red. I don't want to go back, I hiss, the adrenaline making my voice shake. I don't want to be safe. I want to be with you, even if it means this, especially if it means this. His heart light flares. The gold-red pulses violently. He looks at our joined hands, at the slurry of blood. You don't know what you're saying, he growls. Test me, I beg. Corrupt me, ruin me, just don't leave me behind. I drop the knife. I lift my bleeding hand to his muzzle. I smear my blood across his bone teeth. Feed on me, Septus. Make me part of it. Something snaps in him. The last restraint, the last wall. He roars, a sound of absolute hunger, and slams me against the cave wall. His sharp claws dig into my shoulders, piercing skin. His mouth crashes down on mine, tasting of iron and death, and I open to him. I drink it down. I swallow the monster because it's the only way to survive him. Afterward, the silence is different. It isn't empty. It is heavy, like the air before a storm. We lie in the nest, the furs ruined with blood. Mine, his, the stranger's. My body aches in 100 places, used and marked, but I am still here. I am alive. Septus shifts beside me. The colourless dark of his heart light is steady now, a black sun burning in his ribs. He traces the cut on my palm with a claw tip. It stings, but I don't flinch. You said you wanted to be with me, he says. His voice is stripped of all humanity. You said you understood. I do. Words are easy, Gala. Blood is easy when it is your own. I sit up, the furs falling away from my bruised skin. What do you want? He turns his skull toward me. We go north at dawn, to the strong. Okay. But we go empty-handed. We do not go carrying the past. He pauses, and the cruelty in his voice is absolute. My heart stops, then starts again, beating a cold, hard rhythm. There is one thing that will bring you close to what I have become. Anything. I'll do anything, Septus, I plead. Dawn, we leave at dawn, I say. My voice is dead. My voice is steady. Septis watches me. He sees the death of the girl I was. Dawn, he agrees, and I lie back down in the blood, closing my eyes, waiting for the solace to rise on the last day of my life. Chapter 24. Gala. The forest floor is a blur of green and brown beneath my boots, the rhythm of our passage a silent drumbeat against the earth. I move differently now. Not the clumsy, heavy-footed girl who used to trip over roots while gathering herbs for her mother. I move like him. Or at least I try to. Septis is ahead of me, a shadow cutting through the morning mist. He doesn't look back, doesn't need to. He knows I'm there. He knows I'm keeping pace. The air is crisp, biting at the exposed skin of my arms, but the cold feels distant, unimportant compared to the heat of the hunt. "Stay low," he murmurs, his voice barely a vibration in the air. The prey is close. I crouch instantly, mimicking his posture. My body remembers the lessons of the last few days. How to distribute weight so no twig snaps. How to breathe so the vapour doesn't cloud the air too visibly. "We are hunting day," he said. A large buck that has wandered into the territory, fat and slow. A test of my new skills. A chance to prove that the blood on my hands from the dark elves wasn't an accident, but an evolution. I focus on his back, on the skeletal ridge of his spine beneath the bone armour. I want to be worthy of this. I want him to look at me and see a partner, not a burden he has to drag along. The forest around us feels strange, familiar in a way that makes the hair on my arms stand up, but I push the sensation down. Trees are trees, rocks are rocks. I've travelled these woods my whole life. Of course it feels familiar. It doesn't mean anything. "Quiet," he signals with a flex of his claws. I freeze. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, but my hands are steady. I am not afraid. I am hungry. Not for food. We ate well yesterday, but for the rush. For that moment when life becomes object, when the complexity of a living thing is reduced to meat and silence. That is what he promised me. That is what I need to feel again to fill the hollowness inside me. We move again, slower now. The terrain slopes downward, the trees thinning slightly as we approach a valley floor. I recognise the curve of a creek bed to my left, the way the white birches cluster like ghosts against the darker pines. A memory tugs at me, stopping here to water horses, geo splashing in the shallows, but I strangle it. That life is gone. Burned away. I am hunting now. We stop at a patch of soft earth churned by heavy movement. Septis crouches, his long, skeletal fingers hovering over the impressions in the mud. He looks up at me, his eye sockets dark pools of expectation. "What do you see?" he asks. I kneel beside him, studying the ground. I see deep indentations. Heavy. Not the split hooves of a day. These look flat, wide. And there are others, boot prints. Heavy, purposeful strides. "It's not day," I whisper, confusion clouding my focus. "These are wheels and boots." "Look closer," Septis urges, his voice smooth, hypnotic. "Look at the depth, the stride. What kind of beast leaves a trail this heavy?" I frown, tracing the edge of a rut. It looks exactly like a wagon wheel, the kind my father drives, the kind that creaks and groans under the weight of trade goods. But Septis said we were hunting prey. Surely he wouldn't track a wagon unless they are competitors, interlopers in his territory. A rival, I guess, trying to align what I see with what I expect. Someone encroaching? "Prey," he corrects, his voice hardening. "Prey that thinks it is safe, prey that has stopped moving." He stands, his head tilting as he sniffs the air. I do the same. I catch it then, the faint, unmistakable scent of wood smoke. It's not the wild, acrid smell of a forest fire. It's contained, domestic, the smell of breakfast cooking. Smoke, I say. Yes. He looks down at me, and for a second, his heart light pulses a strange, muddy colour, neither the blue of old nor the gold of the new. It looks like anticipation. They are close, just over the rise. They have stopped to rest. Why are we hunting them? The question slips out before I can stop it. We usually avoid the roads unless we're killing slavers or hunters. Travellers are beneath notice. Because they are weak, Septis says, turning away from me to face the rise. And because you need to see what happens to those who cling to hope when they should have moved on. The answer is cryptic, but his tone is final. I swallow my questions. If he says they are prey, they are prey. I touch the bone knife at my hip, finding comfort in its solid handle. I am a predator now. Predators don't question the nature of the meal. They just eat. We approach the ridge on our bellies, crawling through the scrub brush like snakes. The earth is cold against my stomach, the smell of damp pine needles filling my nose. The smoke scent is stronger now. Flatbread, maybe? And coffee? It smells painfully like mornings I used to know, mornings I have forsaken. Septis is beside me, his massive frame remarkably flat against the ground. He moves with a fluid grace that makes my own movements feel jerky and loud. He stops just below the crest of the ridge and signals for absolute stillness. Wait, his hand says. Watch. My pulse is a roar in my ears. This is it, the ambush. I imagine a group of bandits, perhaps, or maybe another hunter camp like the one we destroyed days ago. I draw my knife, the blade dull grey in the morning light. I grip it until my knuckles turn white, visualising the strike, the entry point under the ribs, the twist, the silence that follows. I need that silence. I need to drown out the memories that the smell of coffee is dredging up. Septis leans close, his mouth right against my ear. Do not make a sound, he whispers. Whatever you see, not a sound, or I will kill you myself. The threat is real. I feel the weight of it, the promise of violence that underpins everything between us now. I nod, my throat too tight to speak. I am ready. I am lethal. I am his. We inch forward, dragging ourselves over the final few feet of earth until the hollow below comes into view. I keep my head low, peering through a gap in the brambles, eyes scanning for targets. I expect armed men. I expect a watchfire. I expect strangers. I look down, and the world stops. It's not a bandit camp. It's not a group of hunters. It is a single solitary wagon. The canvas is white, patched near the front hoop where a branch tore it last spring. I know that patch. I sewed it myself. The horses, a pair of dappled greys, are grazing near the tree line, tethered loosely. I know their names, Misty and Cloud. And the people. My father, Magnus, is kneeling by the rear wheel, a grease pot in his hand, checking the axle. His back is to me, but I know the set of his shoulders, the way he hums when he works. My mother, Bethda, is by the small fire, turning flatbread on a stone. She looks tired. Her hair is escaping her braid, wisps of grey framing a face etched with worry. She looks up, scanning the road, her eyes searching for something that isn't there. Searching for me. The air leaves my lungs in a rush, a silent vacuuming impact that leaves me dizzy. The vertigo is instantaneous. The forest spins. The ground beneath me feels like it's dissolving. No. The word screams in my mind, loud enough to shatter my skull. No, no, no. They stayed. The convoy must have moved on. The Veys, the Catos, all of them gone south. But they stayed. One wagon. Alone. Vulnerable. Waiting. Because they thought I might come back. Because they hoped. The final test, Septis whispers, his voice a dry rasp against my neck. Absolute. No going back. I turned to him, my eyes wide, my breath coming in short, panicked hitches. I want to vomit. I want to scream. You knew, I mouth, no sound coming out. You knew. Of course. His heart light is pulsing a steady, terrible gold red. He isn't looking at me. He's looking down at them, at my father, at my mother, with the cold calculation of a butcher eyeing a carcass. They are weak, Gala. Their hope is a disease. It keeps them here, stagnant, waiting for a ghost. He grabs my wrist, hard. His claws dig into my skin, grounding me in the pain. You have a choice, he says, and the world narrows down to his voice and the beat of my own terrified heart. Right now. You can run down there. You can scream. You can try to save them. And I will descend. And I will kill you alongside them. We will end this right here. He leans back, releasing my wrist but holding my gaze with the hollow darkness of his sockets. Or you can stay here. You can watch. You can let the past burn so the future can live. Below us, the wagon canvas rustles. A small, sleepy head pokes out. Geo, rubbing his eyes, looking for breakfast. I stop breathing. Choose, Septus says, now.
Chapter 25. Septus. I do not wait for her to answer. The silence stretching between us is answer enough. She does not scream. She does not lunge for me with that bone knife to save them. She stands frozen on the ridge, trembling like a leaf in a gale, but she stays put. She has chosen. I descend. I don't bother with stealth. I'm not hunting prey, I am executing a sentence. I am gravity, heavy and inevitable, pulling myself down the slope toward the white canvas of the wagon. The horses scent me first. Misty and cloud. They scream, a high, shrill whinny that shatters the morning calm, and rear against their tethers. Magnus turns. He's holding the grease pot. He looks up, his weathered face creasing in confusion. He sees a shadow detaching itself from the trees. He sees the glint of bone. He drops the pot. It hits the ground with a dull thud, black grease spilling into the dirt. Bethta, he croaks, reaching for a wood axe leaning against the wheel. He is too slow. He moves like a man wading through water. I move like the snap of a whip. I'm on him before his fingers graze the handle. I backhand him, not with full force. I don't want to decapitate him, not yet, but enough to shatter his jaw and send him spinning into the mud. He tries to crawl, tries to speak. I step on his chest, pinning him. I look down into his eyes, blue, like the sky he spent his life walking under, and I let him see me. I let him see the monster his daughter chose. Then I lean down and tear his throat out. It is messy. Hot blood sprays across my chest, painting the white bone red. The wet, tearing sound is loud in the clearing. One. Magnus? The woman, Bethta. She is standing by the fire, a flatbread hanging limp in her hand. She is staring at the heap of clothes and meat that used to be her husband. She looks up at me. I see Gala in her face, the same jawline, the same dark, intelligent eyes. But where Gala's eyes are currently filled with a cold, desperate hunger, Bethta's fill with absolute, paralyzing horror. She screams. It is a good scream, piercing, desperate. I cross the clearing in 3 strides. She turns to run, stumbling over her skirts, scrambling toward the wagon as if canvas can protect her from a god of death. I catch her by the braid. I yank her back, hard. Her feet leave the ground. She thrashes, clawing at my arm, her nails scraping uselessly against my bone plating. Gala! She shrieks, instinct making her call for the one thing she thinks might save her. Gala, run, run! She doesn't know her daughter is watching. She doesn't know her daughter led me here. I tighten my grip on her hair and slam her face into the side of the wagon. Once. Twice. The screaming stops, replaced by wet, hitching gasps. I turn her around so she faces me. Blood masks her features. She isn't running, I tell her, my voice a low rumble in the quiet morning. She is watching. I drive my claws into her chest, piercing the heart. She stiffens, then goes heavy. 2. The wagon sways. The canvas flap at the back is pushed aside. A small face peers out, sleep-mussed hair, wide, blinking eyes. Gio. He looks at his father in the mud. He looks at his mother, limp in my grasp, sliding down to the ground as I release her. He looks at me. He does not scream. He is too young, or perhaps too terrified for sound. He just stares, his mouth opening and closing like a fish on a bank. This is the pivot point, the anchor. The boy is the future of this line. He is the memory of softness. I step over Bethda's body. I reach into the wagon. Gio scrambles backward, kicking at the blankets, trying to retreat into the dark safety of the wagon bed. No, he whispers. No, no, no. I catch him by the ankle. He is light, fragile. I pull him out, dragging him over the tailgate. He flails, his small fists striking my arm. It feels like rain. I lift him up so we are eye to level. Please, he whimpers, tears spilling over his cheeks. I want my sister. I want Gala. I look up at the ridge. I can see her silhouette against the trees. She hasn't moved. She's right there, I say to the boy. I squeeze. The snap of his neck is loud, louder than the screams. It is the sound of a final period at the end of a sentence. 3. I drop him. He lands on the grass, looking like a discarded doll. Silence rushes back into the clearing, heavy and thick. The only sound is the crackle of the fire and the frantic, terrified breathing of the horses. I stand in the center of the ruin. I am covered in their blood. My heart light pulses a steady, satisfied gold red. I turn to the ridge. Gala, I say. I do not shout. The acoustics of the valley carry my voice. Come down. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then she moves. She walks down the slope. She does not run. She does not stumble. Her steps are mechanical, precise. She is holding herself together with a tension so brittle I can almost hear it humming. She reaches the bottom. She walks past the horses. She walks past Magnus without looking at him. She stops in front of me. Her face is pale, stripped of blood, stripped of humanity. Her eyes are vast, empty craters. Look at them, I command. She turns her head slowly. She looks at Bethda, sprawled by the wheel. She looks at Gio, broken in the grass. She makes a sound, a low, wounded noise in the back of her throat. Her hand twitches toward her knife, then falls back to her side. You did this, I say. You stood on the ridge. You let me descend. You bought your place at my side with their lives. She looks at me. The horror is there, swirling in the depths of her eyes, but something else is rising to meet it. Survival. The cold, hard iron of necessary choices. She walks over to Gio. She kneels in the blood-soaked grass. She reaches out and straightens his twisted shirt. She brushes a strand of hair from his forehead. Her hands come away red. She stares at her red fingers. She rubs them together, the blood slick and tacky. Then she stands up. She turns to me. The emptiness in her face hardens into a mask of terrible resolve. The wagon, she says. Her voice is a husk. Burn it. Are you sure? Burn it all, she says, louder this time. Leave nothing. I nod. I walk to the fire pit, pick up a burning log, and toss it into the back of the wagon. The dry canvas catches instantly. The flames race up the sides, hungry and bright. Smoke billows into the sky, carrying the scent of burning wood and burning past. We watch it burn. The heat beats against our faces. Gala stands beside me, bathed in the orange glow. She does not cry. She does not look away. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a strip of dried meat. She takes a bite, chewing slowly while her brother's pyre crackles in front of us. It is the most monstrous thing I have ever seen. It is perfect. We go north, she says, swallowing. She turns her back on the fire. She turns her back on the bodies. She walks into the forest, heading toward the strong, and she does not look back. I follow her.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 26. Gala. We move north through a forest that feels less like a wilderness and more like a cathedral of silence, built for us alone. Septis moves ahead, his massive skeletal frame parting the mist. But he does not leave me behind. Every few minutes he pauses, his skull tilting back, his heart light pulsing a deep, steady crimson. He waits until our eyes meet, ensuring I am there, ensuring I am with him. He is no longer dragging a burden, he is pacing a wolf. The silence between us is heavy, not with distance, but with the weight of our shared sin. I touch the jagged piece of iron in my pocket, the slag from the wagon's rim, still smelling faintly of ash. It is cold against my thigh, a relic of the life I fed to the fire. I did not shatter when I watched my family burn. I calcified. I hardened into something worthy of the monster walking beside me. I didn't just survive the test, I devoured it. The terrain softens near a black water stream. I spot the violation in the earth before he does. Boot prints, deep heavy gouges in the loam. 3 sets. The spacing suggests weapons, the depth suggests confidence. Septis, I call out. My voice is low, stripped of fear. He stops instantly, turning back. He sees me crouching and moves to my side, his shadow swallowing me. Hunters, I say, looking up into the hollow abyss of his eyes. He studies the earth, then looks at me. He isn't checking my work, he is savouring my competence. He nods, a slow, fluid gesture of respect. I want to kill them, I answer, with you. We find them just before dusk. 3 men camped in a small clearing, fire already built, discussing something in low, urgent tones. I can't make out words yet, but the tension is obvious. Septis and I crouch in the underbrush, watching. We wait until dusk deepens into darkness. The hunters settle for the night, 2 sleeping, 1 keeping watch. The one on watch is the nervous young one. He sits by the fire, jumping at every sound, clearly terrified of whatever wearer they're tracking. Foolish to be afraid of the wrong monster. Septis moves first, silent, deadly. He's on the sleeping men before either wakes. Quick, efficient kills, necks snapped, no time to scream. The young hunter on watch sees it happen, scrambles for his weapon, a short sword, poorly maintained. Too slow. Septis could finish him. I know he could. 1 strike and it's done. But he doesn't. The hunter sees me emerge from the shadows. Just a human woman, blood-stained and wild-looking but still human. His expression shifts. Confusion, then hope. "Run!" he says desperately. "There's a wirer. You need to—" I stab him mid-sentence. The bone knife finds his stomach. Not a killing blow, not clean like Septis taught me. Personal, messy. I want to feel this. The hunter gasps. Looks down at the knife in his gut. Looks up at me with shocked, betrayed eyes. "Why—" I twist the blade. He screams, tries to fight back, swings his sword wild and clumsy. I dodge, barely, awkwardly, my human limitations obvious. But I'm grinning. Can't help it. The violence is waking something in me, something that's been sleeping since the caravan, since I became empty. We struggle. He's stronger, bigger, better armed. Should be able to overpower me easily. But he's terrified, fighting a monster and a woman and not knowing which is more dangerous. I am. I get the knife free and stab again. His shoulder this time, then his thigh, then his side. He goes down, screaming. I follow him down, stabbing again and again, and I'm laughing, high and manic and wrong, but I can't stop. Can't stop the knife. Can't stop the laughter. Can't stop this feeling flooding through me like fire. I'm alive. At last. I'm alive. The hunter stops moving. Goes still. Dead. I sit back on my heels, breathing hard, covered in his blood, my knife dripping, my hands shaking. From excitement. I look down at the dead man and feel satisfaction so pure it's almost sexual. I liked killing him. I liked it. The realization should horrify me, should make me drop the knife and run, should trigger some spark of the old Gala who used to cry over wounded animals. It doesn't. I just kneel there in the blood, breathing hard, feeling more alive than I have in days. Gala! I look up. Septis is watching me from across the clearing. His heart light pulses gold red, bright and steady. Not disapproving, not shocked. Proud. I liked it, I say. I know. That should bother me. Does it? I think about it honestly. Search for guilt or horror or shame. Find nothing but hunger for more. No, I say. It doesn't bother me at all. I stand slowly. My legs are shaking, but I'm steady enough. The hunter's blood is cooling on my hands, my arms, my face where it splattered. You enjoyed it. Yes. The admission comes easy. True. I felt empty and now I feel full, alive, like I can breathe again. His heart light shines brighter. You're changing. I know. What am I becoming? I ask. Something perfect. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. One moment, I'm standing in the blood-wet grass, chest heaving, knife still dripping. The next, his claws are around my throat, and I'm off the ground, slammed onto my back in the middle of the corpses. The impact drives the air from my lungs in a broken moan. The young hunter's body is still warm beneath my shoulder blades when Septis rips my blood-soaked shirt open like tissue. Buttons scatter across the dirt. My breasts spill free, nipples already hard from the kill high, from the cold, from him. He doesn't kiss me. He never kisses anymore. He bites. Teeth sink into the soft skin just above my collarbone, hard enough that I feel the pop of capillaries, the hot rush of blood. I scream, arch into it, thighs spreading on instinct.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. He crouches over me, grips my hair, forces me to look up at him through swollen eyes. Look at what you are now, he says, voice low and satisfied. His heart light burns that perfect, terrible, colourless dark. Look at what you let me make you. I smile through split lips, tasting copper and him. I love it, I whisper, hoarse and ruined and utterly, blissfully complete. I love being yours like this. Don't ever stop. He drags me up by the throat, presses my bloody face to the glow of his heartlight, and finally, I feel something deeper than emptiness. I feel owned. I feel whole. I feel perfect.
Chapter 27. Septus. We've been traveling north for 5 days when Gala changes direction without warning, not following me anymore, moving with purpose, intent. I stop to watch her. She's crouched at the base of a tree, studying something. Her whole body is alert, head tilted, listening, scenting the air like a predator catching prey wind. She's been different since the hunters, not empty anymore, not broken, hungry, always searching, always looking for the next kill, the next rush, the next moment of feeling alive through violence. I've been watching this transformation with something close to fascination. This is what I wanted, what I needed her to become. But seeing it happen is different than imagining it. She's not performing anymore, not trying to please me or prove herself. She's just this, dangerous, hungry, perfect. Smoke, she says without looking at me. North-northeast, maybe half a mile. I scent the air. She's right. Wood smoke. And underneath it, something else. Sweat. Blood. Fear. Campfire, I say. No. She stands, her hand already on her knife. Too much smoke for a campfire, and I hear voices. Harsh. Not human. I listen carefully. She's right again. Distant voices carrying on the wind. Guttural, sharp, speaking a language I recognize. Dark elves. We should circle around them, I say, testing her. She looks at me. Her eyes are bright, eager. Why? Because dark elves travel in groups, fight coordinated. Too dangerous to engage without knowing numbers. I don't want to circle around them. She's already moving toward the smoke. I want to kill them. Not asking permission, stating intent. I follow her through the forest. She moves well now. Quiet, efficient, reading the terrain without conscious thought. Skills from her caravan life combined with everything I've taught her. We reach a ridge overlooking a small clearing. 6 dark elves. Maybe 7. Hard to count with them moving around the camp. All armed, short swords, bows, the wicked curved knives their kind favors. And captives. 3 humans chained to a post in the center of camp. 2 women, 1 man. Bloody, terrified. Spoils from a raid, probably, heading south to the slave markets. Gala studies the scene with cold calculation. Slavers. Yes, 6 that I can see. Maybe more in the forest. At least 6. Too many. Too organized. I glance at her. We should avoid this. No. She doesn't look away from the camp. We kill them. Why? They're not hunting us. Not a threat if we pass quietly. Because I want to. She turns to face me. Because I'm hungry, and they're there, and I don't care that they're organized or dangerous. I want to fight them. Her logic is pure appetite, pure violence for its own sake. No moral justification about freeing captives or punishing slavers. Just hunger. Just want. Perfect. All right, I say. But we do this smart. Coordinated. They'll be harder than the hunters. She grins. The expression is sharp, predatory. Good. Teach me. We plan the attack like partners. Not me commanding and her obeying. Actual collaboration. She contributes ideas. I refine them. We build strategy together. I can get close, she says. They'll see a human woman. Think I'm escaped prey or lost traveler. They'll also see the blood on your clothes. The knife at your hip. So I act wounded. Desperate. She's already working through it. Stumble into camp begging for help. They'll lower their guard for a moment. That's when you hit them. They won't all lower their guard. Dark elves are too smart for that. No, but 2 or 3 will approach me. The others will watch, but not act immediately. That's the opening. She looks at me. You take the watchers first. Fast. While they're distracted by me, I handle whoever gets close. I study her. The tactical thinking is sound, cold, strategic. She's not just violent now. She's smart about it. What about the captives? She asks. What about them? Do we free them? After? I'm curious how she'll answer this. Testing her. Do you want to? She thinks about it. Really thinks. Not performing compassion or trying to guess what I want to hear. No, they're weak. They let themselves get captured. Let them figure out their own survival. My heart light blazes gold red. No false mercy. No pretending to care. Just cold pragmatism. She's ready. The captives don't matter, I say. Only the kill matters. Agreed. We finalize the plan. She'll approach from the south, the direction they came from, so her appearance makes sense. I'll circle east, stay hidden until she's drawn them out. Then we kill them all. Simple, clean, efficient. We move into position. Gala walks into the camp like she's been running for miles, stumbling. One hand pressed to her side like she's wounded, the other reaching out desperately. Please, she gasps. Please help. They're after me. The dark elves react immediately. 2 move toward her. Curious, suspicious, but not immediately hostile. 3 stay back, hands on weapons, watching. 1 is in the forest. I can sense him. Sentry they posted. Smart. Gala stumbles closer to the 2 approaching. Please, I escaped, but they're... The lead dark elf grabs her arm. Who's after you, human? Where... She kills him before he finishes the sentence. Her knife comes up fast, finds his throat. Blood sprays. He goes down choking. The second dark elf reaches for his blade, but Gala is already moving. Not away from him, toward him. Inside his guard before he can draw. She stabs up under his ribs, twists. He gasps and falls. The other 3 react instantly, weapons out, spreading to surround her, shouting in their harsh language. I explode from the tree line. Take the leftmost one first, claws through his spine before he knows I'm there. The middle one turns, tries to bring his bow to bear. I tear through him before the arrow is knocked. The third runs toward Gala. She's already braced, knife ready. He swings his curved blade. She dodges, barely, awkwardly, her human limitations obvious. But she doesn't panic. Uses his momentum against him, steps inside the swing, drives her knife into his kidney. He screams, spins, catches her across the shoulder with a backswing. Blood blooms on her shirt, but she doesn't stop. Just stabs again. His thigh, his side, his throat. He goes down. The sentry emerges from the forest, bow drawn, arrow aimed at Gala. I'm on him before he can loose. Rip the bow from his hands, tear out his throat. 6 down. No, 7. There's 1 more. I sense movement at the edge of camp. Gala sees him too. The last dark elf, younger than the others, already running. Smart enough to know he can't win. Mine! Gala snarls. She chases. I watch her run. Full speed. Human limitations be damned. She's bleeding from the shoulder wound but doesn't slow. Just runs with single-minded focus. The dark elf glances back. Sees her gaining. Tries to run faster. Gala throws her knife. Not a clean throw. Wobbles in the air, nearly tumbles. But effective. Catches him in the lower back. He stumbles, goes down hard. She's on him before he can rise. Pulls the knife free. Stabs again. 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 More than necessary. More than efficient. She's not killing anymore. She's feeding on it. When she finally stops, the dark elf is unrecognizable. Just meat and blood in the dirt. She stands slowly, breathing hard, covered in blood, his and hers. The shoulder wound is bleeding freely, but she doesn't seem to notice. Just stands there in the aftermath, alive with violence. I cross the clearing to where she's standing. You're wounded, I say. She glances at her shoulder like she's surprised to see blood. It's nothing. It needs binding. Later. She's already moving back toward the camp. Let's make sure they're all dead first. We walk through the clearing checking bodies. All dead. 7 dark elves, all killed quickly and efficiently. The captives are still chained to the post, watching us with wide, terrified eyes. One of them, the man, finds his voice. Please free us. We don't, please. Gala walks past him without responding. Doesn't even look at him. Just moves to the supplies the dark elves left scattered around camp, searching for anything useful. The captives keep begging, pleading, crying. She ignores them completely. Not cruelty, not deliberate torment, just absolute indifference. They don't matter. They're not even worth acknowledging. I watch her work, checking weapons, gathering food, packing supplies with efficient movements. The shoulder wound is still bleeding, but she doesn't slow. Finally, she straightens, looks at me. Ready? The captives are not our problem. She says it flat, final. They're alive. They can figure out the rest. She walks away from the camp, away from the 3 humans chained and crying and begging for help that won't come.
Chapter 28. Gala. I smell them first, Wera essence and human sweat mixed with something else, something gentle, domestic, weak. There, I say quietly, pointing through the trees. Septis stops beside me. His heart light pulses steady gold red as he scans the forest ahead. A clearing, small, well maintained, almost peaceful. Awera sits near a carefully built fire, smaller than Septis, maybe 7 feet tall instead of 8. His bones are clean, almost polished. His heart light glows soft blue. Blue. I haven't seen blue heart light since Septis used to be that way. Before. When he still pretended gentleness mattered. Beside the Wera sits a human woman. She's preparing food, grinding herbs with a mortar and pestle, her movements practiced and calm. She's singing something under her breath. Soft, sweet, content. They look like a painting of domestic bliss. Keeper and Wera living in harmony. The kind of scene storytellers describe when they talk about the good bonds. It makes my stomach turn. He's weak, I say. Septis doesn't respond immediately, just watches the pair with his head tilted, assessing. The Wera says something to the woman. She laughs, genuine, warm, and responds in kind. They move around each other with easy familiarity, comfortable, safe, pathetic. He's chosen the old way, Septis says finally. Restraint, gentleness, the careful balance I used to maintain. He's wasting himself. Yes. I watch the woman grind her herbs, humming that soft tune. She doesn't look corrupted, doesn't look dangerous, doesn't look like anything except exactly what she is, a gentle human living with a gentle monster. Playing house in the wilderness while the world changes around them, while we evolve and they stagnate. We kill them both, Septis says. The weak must die. They won't expect an attack, I say quietly. He's chosen peace. He won't be prepared for war. Good. Leave the Wera to me. She is yours, Septis says. Silence stretches between us. In the clearing below, the woman finishes grinding her herbs and adds them to a pot over the fire. The Wera watches her with what might be affection in the tilt of his skull. They're completely unaware that death is watching from the trees. All right, Septis says finally. But we do this smart. He's still Wera, still dangerous even if he's chosen weakness. How do we approach it? Wait for night, when they're sleeping. I nod once. Agreed. We settle in to watch and wait. The day passes slowly. I study them like prey, learning their rhythms, their patterns. The way they move around each other. The Wyra hunts in the afternoon, brings back a day, kills it clean and quick. Merciful. The woman thanks him with a touch to his skeletal hand that makes my stomach turn. They're in love, actually genuinely in love, the way Septis and I used to be, before the transformation, before the caravan, before I became this. Watching them hurts in a way I don't expect, not because I miss what we were, but because it proves what we destroyed actually existed, that the gentleness was real, the love was real, the soft blue heart light was real, and we chose to kill it anyway. Evening comes. They eat together, talk in low voices I can't quite hear. The woman laughs at something the wearer says. They settle for the night in a shelter built against a large tree, carefully constructed, maintained, home. They're building a life together. The thought should make me hesitate, should trigger some spark of mercy. It just makes me hungrier. We wait until deep night, until the fire burns down to embers, until their breathing evens into sleep. Then we move. Silent, coordinated, predators approaching prey that doesn't know it's being hunted. Septis gestures. I'll take the woman first, quietly, then he'll handle the wearer. I nod and slip into the shelter. The woman sleeps on her side, curled against the wearer's skeletal frame. Peaceful, safe, trusting. I kneel beside her with my knife drawn. For a moment, just a moment, I hesitate. She looks like I used to look. When I slept beside Septis. When I believed love was enough. When I thought gentleness was strength instead of weakness. Before I knew better. Before the caravan. Before I became this. The hesitation passes. I cover her mouth with one hand and drive the knife into her heart with the other. Her eyes fly open. Shock, pain, confusion. She sees me, sees another human woman killing her, doesn't understand. Tuscan, she mutters as I push my hand tighter around her mouth. I watch the light fade from her eyes. Watch the exact moment she dies. Feel nothing but satisfaction. She goes limp. I lower her body carefully, quietly. The Wyra doesn't wake. Septis moves into the shelter. His heart light is dim, barely visible. He crosses to where the other Wyra sleeps, stands over him for a long moment, then strikes. The Wyra wakes as Septis's claws close around his throat. His heart light blazes bright blue. Fear, shock, betrayal. He tries to fight, tries to push Septis away, tries to scream, too slow, too weak, too gentle. Septis tears his throat out in one efficient strike. The heart light flickers, dims, goes dark. The Wyra dies, still reaching for the woman, still trying to protect her even in death. Pathetic. We stand in the shelter surrounded by corpses, the peaceful domestic scene destroyed, blood soaking into carefully maintained furs and blankets. How do you feel? Septis asks. I search for guilt, horror, remorse for killing innocents who never threatened us. Find nothing. Good, I say. I feel good. Yes. Septis looks down at the woman's body, at her peaceful dead face. She was weak. He was weak. They chose gentleness in a world that doesn't reward it. They deserved this. The logic is brutal, cold, honest. They were prey pretending to be people, and prey gets eaten. That's how it works. Septis is watching me carefully. We need to leave, quickly, before... He stops mid-sentence. His heart light glows bright gold red. What? I ask. The essence, from him, it's... He moves to the dead Wyra's body, stares down at it. It's still there, fading but present. So? Wyra don't feed on our own kind. Do it, I say. Gala. Do it. Feed on him. Cross every line. Become exactly what we need to be. His heart light pulses faster, brighter. Then he kneels beside the dead Wyra and feeds. I watch as he drains the essence, the remaining life force, the fading consciousness. Watch his heart light shift and change, gold-red deepening, darkening, going almost black. Not the blue of gentleness, not the gold-red of corruption. Something else, something new, colourless dark, like void, like nothing, like absolute power stripped of any pretense of morality. When he finishes, he stands slowly. His entire frame is shaking. His heart light pulses that terrible colourless dark, throwing shadows that seem to absorb light instead of reflecting it. Septis? My voice sounds small. He turns to look at me. The hollow sockets where his eyes should have been seem deeper now, darker. I can feel him, he says. His voice is rough, changed. The strong, through the echo, he felt what I just did. He knows. Is he angry? No. His heart light burns brighter. He approves. The words settle in my chest like weight. We're close now. So close. We need to move, Septis says. Now, before this fades, while the connection is strong. I nod and follow him out of the shelter. Behind us, the peaceful domestic scene lies ruined. 2 corpses cooling, blood soaking into careful maintenance and gentle love. Everything they built destroyed in minutes. Everything they were proving our philosophy right. Gentleness is weakness. Love is vulnerability. Peace is death waiting to happen. We were right to burn it away. We walk through the forest, and I'm not disturbed by what we did. Not horrified by the murder of innocence. Not troubled by the absolute violation of every taboo and rule. I'm satisfied, proud even. We proved something tonight. Proved that we're beyond the old ways, beyond mercy and restraint, and the careful balance that used to define Weyra-keeper bonds. We're something new, something better, something that doesn't need rules or morality or pretense of goodness. Just power, just hunger, just the absolute certainty that we're right, and everyone who disagrees is prey. Septis moves beside me through the darkness. His heart light pulses that terrible colourless dark, illuminating the path ahead. I touch my knife, still bloody from the woman's heart, and I smile. Tomorrow we reach the strong.
Chapter 29. Septis. The colorless dark pulses in my chest like a wound that won't close. 3 days since I fed on the Weyra. 3 days of this new sensation burning through me. Power and violation tangled together, impossible to separate. It feels right and wrong simultaneously, like I've broken something fundamental in myself and discovered something better underneath the fracture. Gala walks beside me, not behind, not following, beside. We move through the forest as equals now, partners in every sense. She reads terrain as well as I do, hunts with the same cold efficiency, kills without hesitation or guilt. She's become exactly what I needed her to be. Better even. How much further? She asks. Close, very close. I can feel him through the echo now, constant, overwhelming presence to the north. By nightfall, maybe. Tomorrow morning at latest. Good. She touches her knife absently, checking, preparing. I'm ready. Are you? She looks at me. Her eyes are hard, certain. I killed my family. I killed strangers for practice. I killed a gentle Wyra and his keeper to prove a philosophy. What's left that could make me hesitate? Meeting him. The strong. Proving yourself to someone who actually matters. You matter. I'm not him. She's quiet for a moment. Then, will he test me? Probably. Good. She grins, sharp, hungry. I want him to. We continue north and the forest changes around us with each mile. The trees grow larger, older, more twisted. The undergrowth is thicker, darker. Animal sounds that were present for miles behind us have gone silent here. Everything in this territory knows something apex lives here. Everything is afraid. Except us. The colorless dark in my chest pulses stronger with each step. Like recognizing, like. The essence I took from the dead Wyra is connecting me to the strong in ways I don't fully understand yet. Through the echo, I can sense him clearly now. Not just presence, but awareness. He knows I'm coming. Knows what I did. Knows I fed on one of our own kind. And he approves. The recognition floods through the shared consciousness like heat. No words, just understanding. He felt me break taboo and welcomed it, embraced it, recognized me as something similar to himself. Corrupted, powerful, free. Septis! Gala's voice pulls me back. Your heartlight just flared. I glance down. She's right. The colorless dark is pulsing brighter, throwing shadows that seem to absorb light instead of reflecting it. He's close, I say. Very close. I can feel him through the echo. He's waiting. Waiting for what? To see what we are, what we've become. I look at her, to decide if we're worthy or if we need to be eliminated. She doesn't flinch, just nods once. Then let's show him. We make camp as afternoon bleeds toward evening, not because we need rest, because showing up exhausted and desperate would be weakness. We need to arrive strong, ready, dangerous. Gala builds the fire while I hunt. I bring back a young boar, killed quick, drained of essence efficiently. The feeding helps, steadies the colorless dark that's been burning too bright since the Wera kill. We eat in silence, the comfortable quiet of partners who don't need words. After, she cleans her weapons with methodical care. Every movement practiced, precise. She's preparing for battle even if she doesn't know when it will come. Tell me about him, she says without looking up. The strong. What should I expect? I think about what I know, what I've sensed through the echo, what the colorless dark connection has shown me. He's massive, bigger than me, stronger. His heartlight burns that same colorless dark, but deeper, older, more absolute. I pause. He's what I'm becoming, what I could be if I survive long enough. And his human, his partner, changed, marked. Something happened to her, I don't know what. But she's not like other keepers. Not gentle or submissive or even corrupted the way you were corrupted. I struggle for words. She's something else. Something new. Will she be a threat? To you? Maybe. She's established. You're new. Female hierarchies can be... I trail off. Violent, Gala finishes. Territorial. Competitive. Yes. She's quiet for a moment. Then, good. I want to know where I stand. Want to test myself against someone who's already where I'm going. The hunger in her voice extends beyond just violence now. She wants to prove herself. Establish her place in whatever hierarchy exists at the Strong's fort. She's not content to just survive anymore. She wants to thrive. Perfect. The late afternoon Solis still sits high in the sky. Gala stands, stretching. I'm going to bathe. Find a stream. Wash off the travel. I tense immediately. Not alone, I should come with you. No. She's already gathering supplies. Knife. Clean cloth. You need rest. Real rest. Tomorrow we meet him, and you need your strength. Gala! I'll be careful. I'm not helpless. She looks at me. And if something happens, you'll hear it. You'll come. The logic is sound, but every instinct screams against letting her go alone. She's mine. My partner. My responsibility to protect. This is my territory, I say. Other Wyra. Other dangers. I know. She touches her knife. But I need to do this alone, need to... prepare. Clear my head before tomorrow. I study her face in the dying firelight. She's not afraid. Not reckless. just certain, and she's right. I am exhausted. The colorless dark has been burning through me for 3 days, draining reserves I didn't know I had. Tomorrow I need to be sharp, strong, ready. Don't go far, I say finally. Stay within shouting distance. I will. And if you sense anything, I'll run or fight or scream for you. She actually smiles. I've survived this long. I'll survive tonight. She disappears into the darkness, moving quiet and sure. I should follow her. Should ignore her request and shadow her from the trees. Should stay alert and watchful until she returns. But exhaustion hits me like a physical weight. The hunt, the travel, the constant burning of the colorless dark. 3 days without proper rest. It's catching up. I settle by the fire and tell myself I'll just rest my eyes. Just for a moment. Just until she returns.
Chapter 30. Gala. The fire has burned down to embers. The solace is just beginning to climb above the horizon, painting the forest in shades of grey and gold. Septis sleeps deeply beside me, the kind of exhausted sleep I haven't seen from him in days. The colourless dark in his chest pulses slow and even. Good. He needed rest. I move quietly, rebuilding the fire, going to check the snares I set last night before I went to the river. One has a suru. Perfect. I clean it quickly, efficiently. Skills from the caravan days coming back automatic. Spit it over the fire to cook. He stirs as the Solis climbs higher, the colourless dark in his chest flaring brighter as consciousness returns. His skull turns toward me immediately, checking, assessing, making sure I'm still here. Still his. You came back, he says. His voice is rough from sleep. Of course I came back. I fell asleep. I shouldn't have. You needed it. I turn the suru on the spit. Eat. We have a long day ahead. He studies me for a long moment, looking for something. I keep my face blank. Calm. Whatever he's searching for, he doesn't find it. He eats quickly, efficiently. I can see the tension building in him with each bite. The anticipation. The awareness that today everything changes. Ready? He asks when he's finished. I touch my knife, check that it's secure, that I'm prepared for whatever comes. Ready. We break camp in silence, bury the fire, erase evidence of our presence, leave no trace that we were here. Then we turn north, toward the fort, toward him, toward whatever test waits. The forest feels different in morning light, more ominous. The twisted trees cast shadows that seem deliberate, watching. The silence is absolute. No birds, no small animals, nothing but the sound of our passage. His territory. His influence radiating outward from wherever he's made his centre. We're close now. So close I can almost feel the weight of his presence pressing against my consciousness. There, Septis says quietly. I follow his gaze. Through the trees, barely visible, wooden walls, massive, 30 feet high at least, built from logs the size of full-grown trees. A fort. Not a den, not a shelter, a fortification, a statement of power and permanence. The strong isn't hiding in the forest. He's building something, claiming territory, making a stand. That's it, Septis says. Not a question. Yes. I study the structure. Guard posts along the walls, multiple presences inside. I can sense them even from here. Other Waira. Maybe a dozen or more. This isn't just his home. It's a gathering place. A centre. The beginning of something larger. My chest tightens. Beda is in there, behind those walls, waiting. She knew I would come. Knew Septis and I would arrive today. The memory of her eyes in the moonlight makes my hands want to shake. I don't let them. What do we do? I ask, keeping my voice steady, normal. We approach, respectfully. Stop at proper distance. Wait to be acknowledged. Septis glances at me. This is his territory, his domain. We don't presume welcome. And if he attacks? Then we defend ourselves. He pauses. Or we die. Either way, we'll have our answer. I nod once. No fear in my expression, just readiness. We step out of the tree line and begin walking toward the fort. Every step feels weighted, significant. This is the threshold moment. Everything we've done, the caravan, the kills, the corruption, the taboo breaking, has been leading here. To this, to him, to her. Septis's heart-like pulses faster as we approach. The colourless dark is responding to proximity, to the presence of another like him. We stop 30 feet from the gate. Wait. The silence stretches. I can feel eyes on us from the walls. Wyra watching, assessing. Then the gate opens. He emerges first, the strong, massive, towering. Even from here I can see he's bigger than Septis. His bone structure thick, built for violence. His claws already extended. And his heart light, pure colourless dark, deeper than Septis's, older, more absolute. This is what Septis is becoming. Septis sees him, stops completely still. They lock eyes across 30 feet of open ground. Every muscle in Septis's body tenses. I see his claws extend fully, punching forward. A snarl builds in his chest, audible, threatening. The strong's lips pull back. Answering threat, his claws flex. Ready. They're seconds from charging each other. Male dominance, territory, violence, the only language that matters. I step slightly forward. My hand touches Septis's arm. Light, cautious, reminding him. We came here for a reason. Then she emerges. Beda. She moves to stand beside the strong. Doesn't touch him. Just presence. Reminder. The same thing I'm doing for Septis. Her eyes find mine across the distance. Recognition passes between us. Acknowledgement. She knows. Welcome, Beda calls out. Her voice is calm, steady. Come in. We've been expecting you.